How could you do this to me, creators of Hollow Knight? I'll look in media when I. Okay, fine. I'll look in media right now. Better be. Why am I looking in media? Why did you ping me in media? What? It took literally seconds after fighting where he needed it. God. Leave me alone. I hate it. I hate it. Yeah, the stream ended. I actually unplugged my internet thing when I was exploding and the internet thing popped out. And I hate it here. I hate it here. All right. Let's go down this unbelievable. I must have. This makes no sense. Is that actually it? I mean, maybe this leads me under. That would be. I mean, that could possibly be a potential way. I must have flew over it. I must have flew. No, I must have flown over it. I must have been like, no, how did that not open? I must have flown over it. I must have. I, I I hate it here. Let's just get this over with before I implode. What in the world? What is with all of these skulls? Oh. Oh gosh. There's a lot of fetch me their souls. Dude, I tell you, I searched on Google and it told me on the bottom of the abyss. See, do you want to know if it leads to the. No, I don't want to know anything else. This is progress. I don't have a map for this area, so this is progress. I don't want to know anything else. There is a lot of. Oh, now the stream elements is that. Okay, whatever. I hate it here. Wait a second. What was the point of this then? What was the point of this? Huh. Weird. You can't hear the game's audio? Oh no, was the game's audio muted this entire time before? Guys, please tell me. Wait, was the game's audio muted the entire time in the last before stream? No? Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Double kill. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. I probably could get some lore. Oh yeah, I could probably get some lore from this. Hold on, let me see if I can get some lore of some of the specific enemies. Yeah, infected parasite.
Hello there.
So this is infection. Hi, Murdy. Infected balloon. Strange air has been seeping down from above for years. Some of the air became liquid, some of that liquid became flesh, and some of that flesh came to life. I don't know what to make of it. Interesting. There was lore here the entire time. My brain just like hinted to this. I was like, this could be lore. Hold on. Ooh. Alright, which one screams out more lore? Murdy in the chat, let's go! Not Murdy's first, and then just puts a mega mad face. The bugs of. There's lore here this entire time. Okay, I'm going through this first before we actually start looking at other stuff. Hold on. The bugs of Hollownest lusted after the strangest things in life. They would dig furtively through the dirt for stone, ore, and particularly crystals that will grow on top of the world. There's some strange power hidden in the crystals that grow up there in the peaks. They gleam and glow in the darkness, a bright point of searing heat in each one. They sing too, listen very softly. How does the world look to this creature, gazing out from within its crystal prison? Does it see only light? Darkness on the floor. Uh, Fighting for honor and loyalty, you may as well be fighting for dust. If you want to kill, do it for your own sake. That is the nature of the true hunter. I still have no idea what these eggs do. The collector. Collect figures locked down the Tower of Love, pursues Hollowness's creature in glass. Oh, preserves Hollowness's creature in glass jars, with particular attention given to grubs. I hate that guy. Um, Here's the Mantis tribe and its finest warriors. They bear thin nail lances and attack with blinding speed. The Mantis tribe and the bugs of Old Hollowness have no love for each other. The Mantisans outlive their rivals, though, and their civilization still stands. Hmm. You venture too deep into the fungal forest, these warriors will stand in your way. What is it they guard deep at the bottom of their territory? What was at the bottom of the territory? What, deep nest? Or the royal waterways? I mean, there wasn't much to guard. Lore. Diamond orb. These are just spirits. Ah, the old king. I still don't know much about the old king. Okay. The bugs of Hollowness believe that their king created this world and everything in it. For what purpose, I wonder? For his subjects, companions, or toys, or children? Simple, weak creature finds strength transforming hive. They said the old king died long ago, but his influence echoes around us still. Like that, what did he desire? Far down below us, beneath the kingdom, the air grows stiller, and a sense of emptiness pervades. Can life flourish down here? If so, I will hunt it. Oh, this is the beast guy talking. He's making notes on these guys. Fragment of a sibling? What the heck? Hornet. Go protector of Holness's ruin. I've seen this nimble little creature. I've caught her prey and pounced at her, but with a flash she stabbed me with her flying stinger and darted away. Could she be a hunter? Hollow Knight! Ooh! Fully grown vessel carrying the plague's heart within its body. The old king of Hollowness. He must have been desperate to save his crumbling little world. The sacrifices he imposed on others, all for nothing. Oh! The old king of Hollowness. So, this guy is the old king of Hollowness. He must have been desperate to save his crumbling little world. The sacrifices he imposed on others, all for nothing. Fully grown vessel carrying the plague's heart within its body. I'm going to assume the plague is the infection. So yeah, I'm pretty sure desperate to save his... I don't know. Oh wait, I forgot about the shade. About the shade! Goal of previous life. Defeated to retake. Each of us leaves an imprint on something when we die. Okay, yeah. Okay. Huh. That kind of helped, but not really. Hello? Artem, your pizza's ready? Oh. What's this? Arcane egg. What's that all about? Pretty sure that's just one of these to turn in. Arcane egg. Mysterious stone egg before the birth of Hollowness. Interesting. Of course I get hit. Bro, look at all these masks. I better be careful. Everything here is gonna deal 2 damage to me. Oh, nice. Bad. Hello? Ooh, you know what, Suni? This could spread. Yes. You know what, Suni? This could lead me. If this keeps pushing me this way and then upwards, this could lead me to the area that I've been trying to get to. Now that I think about it. But why would you? But why? Yeah, it's pushing me this way. Whoa. A nice mirror. Egg. Am I supposed to stare into it or? What? Dream now. Oh, did I just dream now myself? Am I in my own dream? Ow. Oh, ow. Oh, okay, I'm not falling. What is going on? Oh. I don't know. I never thought about dream knowing myself, though. Ugh. So this is what's in my mind? I can't pull out the map. Oops, probably shouldn't have done that. Oh, he's dead. This is very unsettling. What in the world? What is going on? Hello? Anyone? No mind to think. What in the world? Hello? No will to break. What the? Hey, your car warranty plan is expiring. I need to talk to the owner. Bro, what is with all these dead bodies? I feel like it's the plague. It's no voice that cries suffering. Oh my god. Is the final boss me? How anticlimactic would that be? Yo, they're adding the violin in. Born of God and void. Oh god. Hold on. What in... Whoa, Luigi! What? Collected the Void Heart. I got an achievement unlocked. What is happening? What? So I'm not. I want back my dreams. No. What? What? Oh, it transformed. What is this? The void heart, an emptiness that was hidden within, now unconstrained, unifies the void under the bearer's will. This charm is a part of its bearer. It cannot be unequipped. Oops. Oh, I have a bunch more charm slots. Hey, yo, more charms? Why do I smell boss music? Okay, okay. Hold on. So, I don't know who that other guy was up there. I don't think, but there was another me. Why was there another me? In my own dream. I am so confused. You are the Hollow Knight? So wait, I am the king? I am the Hollow Knight? I don't understand! Okay. Now what? What? What am I supposed to do with that? That was completely unhelpful. No! Charm is part of the bearing, cannot be unequipped. An emptiness that was hidden within, now unconstrained, unifies the void under the bearer's will. Can I fly? No. Triple jump? Bro, what does it do? Man, bro, I had to go BRB and I missed it, didn't I? Yeah, you did. I got the void heart. Now I don't know what to do with this. More. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna assume that I need to go back to the queen and let her know that I found whatever it was that I was looking for. So, hopefully, she'll give me lore. Hopefully. I am still stumped. I don't know. I saw myself. Okay? I saw myself and then some other guy. Hold on, let me... and it looked like I was climbing up this palace area, too. In my own dream. If only I wasn't so dumb. What guy looks like me? Or what guy looks like my character? I mean, there's a lot of dead people. Also, I haven't seen Hornet, like, at all. Yeah, I was, like, hanging on the cliff right here. I was literally, like, hanging right there. And then there was me, and then some other person. Was that? And I don't know if that was the king or not. And I, I thought the Hollow Knight is the king. Is the Hollow Knight not the king? Or is the Hollow Knight just the knight? But the king went to go steal brain. Hurdy. My brain. You know, I could, the Void Heart, maybe I need to go back up to Hollowness's crown. That might be the final area, guys. But before we go there, we're going to talk to the queen. Maybe she'll give an insight on what I have to do. And make sure it's clear, and so I don't have a mental brain breakdown. We call this a stream breakdown, guys, where my brain just implodes. This Void Heart does absolutely nothing. Look, I don't even have... It won't even, like, fully heal my, my mana anymore, which really sucks now. This guy's still dead. Right, let me go save real quick before I lose my brain cells again. I can't unequip it either. Alright, well, let's go add some more charms. Long nail. Quick slap. Might as well. Sharp shadow. I mean, I don't really need Sprint Master or Dash Master anymore. But I could add Sharp Shadow if I wanted to. But I'm not really going to be dashing through enemies, so... Extra life, why not? I mean, it's not like I'm doing final boss. Alright, anyways, I'm talking so quietly because I'm so confused. Hey, what do you have to say to me? Anything? Oh, no, same thing. Okay. Take me to the Queen's Garden, please. Artem, your shoes are untied. Go tie your shoes right now. Bro, that was so dumb. I'm so mad. Like, I did all that. I literally did all that. And it was just right there. This entire time. My brain. Note to self, combine both of the live streams to hurt my brain. Alright, let's go ahead and talk to the Queen. If she says nothing, I'm gonna literally lose it. She's gonna be like, oh, you need to go find Hornet and somewhere in the map. I would tell you, but I don't want to. I want to make this a challenge for you. Feels like I'm playing Zelda. Or Mario. Your princess is in another castle. Imagine. I don't think I can anymore, Artem. Whoa. If I don't understand the lore of this entire game by the end of this game, what percentage am I at? 97, 99%. I don't understand the lore by the end of this game. I am watching a YouTube video live on what this game was about. Yo, Mom, I'm back. I got the Void Heart. Oh, what if she's dead? Oh, nope. She's fine. She's still strapped away. Yo! Wake up. No, you're saying the same things. No. Please. Help. Ah, that pulsing emptiness truly has been transformed by the revelations it found. Does it feel anything? Triumph or hate? If it does, I cannot sense it. The fate in our kingdom, our hollowness, that future belongs to you now. No, please. What? No. Pulsing emptiness. Really, it has been transformed. I think it is me. So, truly, you... voice crack. Truly, you have been transformed by... Do you feel anything? Triumph or hate? If you do, I cannot sense it. Our fate of our kingdom, our hollowness. What am I doing now? What do I do now? Why? Wait, okay, we're gonna go up here. I swear, if that's not it, I'm going to screech. Where else would I go? I don't think I need to go. I'm trying to think in-game right now. I have... Okay, there's no way I need to go back down here. There's no way. Who knows? Like, maybe I have to walk again. Like, Screech. Yeah, I turn into Screech. Maybe I need to go back into his dreams. I'll keep that in mind too. That's all I got. That's literally all I got. I don't even think this is anything in the corner anyways. I don't think that's anything. all I got. I have nothing else. Nothing. No chilling. No shillings. Mm.
Llaneros.
Mom, you're useless. Goodbye. Also, I'm taking your credit card. And your car. Remember how I said I that you know, I planned the bathroom? I never did. Hey, you remember Artem? Remember how I told him that he had no fries? Yeah, me too. It was funny. Hey, you know how Suni keeps getting disconnected when playing Minecraft? It was just me. I was just disconnecting him. I just like reveal all my secrets. I crave fries. Yeah, what? Being shilling. Hey, that's my line. Being shilling is my line. All right. I have ideas of where to go now. Whew. But if these aren't the ways, I'm going to cry. And then someone's gonna start talking about Ugandan knuckles and being like, do you know the way? And I told you guys, I'm going to beat this game tonight. No, I don't know the way. I mean, this better be the way. No. All right, where am I going now? Okay, Mom, completely useless. Check. Other areas I need to go and double check. I have to go so many places, man. I need to go all the way up here. Please, let this be the right way. We're gonna go to Dirtmouth. I'm gonna set up a waypoint to teleport back here. Go all the way up here. If this isn't the area, I'm going to literally screech, teleport back down here, take the ride, go all the way back down here, go into his mind. If that's not the area, I'm gonna screech, and then probably explode. And trust me, guys, you do not want to see me explode. Okay, if we get like 5 people in chat to say explode, I will explode right now. But it has to be 5 different people. That's not gonna happen because people are just lurking. So, I'm not gonna explode. I'm talking like the chair will explode. No cap. Oh, maybe you have something important to say about me. Nope, just feeling tired. Don't sit on that bench. The way. Okay. Bingo. The way. All right, here we go. It's gaming time. This is a true gamer moment. Okay, maybe not. Hey, Jin. Guess what? I want to die. Hi, Zor. Don't. Hey. No negativity, Zero. But don't worry, Zero. I got you. Minecraft is a multi-blocks minigame made in written by the creators of Nazi recently sold it to Microsoft for $2.5 billion. What they need to do on the first time is text somewhere, otherwise mods and different types of mods and zombie skippers. go. Yeah, yeah, go, go. Oh. I'm literally speedrunning this right now. Oh, come on, really? How did you survive that? As you can see, my character is no longer playing around. Peekaboo. Ow. Ow. Get wiggity wiggity wet. That's why no one do the funny meet the medic. Wait, what? Why did no one do the funny meet the medic thing? Oh! Zero, if it makes you feel better, you can join the voice chat and then you can do the funny medic thing because I don't understand what the funny medic thing is. And you know what? You would technically be the first person to join to do a. You'll be the first person to join and say something in the. Because I'm bad at speaking. No, no! It goes like this. I didn't know you were referring to that. No! Messed up, bro! Alright, we're here. Honestly, I thought it was too low. I had this spy in the fridge. Okay, please! Please! Do something! I beg! Please. Please, 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 do something, anything, activate. Nothing! There's a headless spy in the fridge that's alive. Headless spy in the fridge. And he says, kill me. And the medic says, later. Yeah, I didn't understand that reference. Okay! Hollow Nest Crown. Absolutely buffoonery, nothing up there. Alright. We'll teleport back there. We're going back to the king's mind. That has to make sense. That has to be it. It has to be. Right? I don't know what else. I don't know what else to do. Yes, it has to. Quickly, take me to the hidden station. This game gives me no context clues. Please be it. Have mercy on my soul. Wait a second. This was the guy that was there in that back flash. His crown. It was him, and then I was standing here, and then I was... What? No, wait. This doesn't make any sense. I dream-nailed myself, so I was in my own dreams. They were saying a bunch of things that I don't remember. This guy was here, so I was hanging on a ledge, And I saw myself standing here with this guy. I don't remember what he said though. My king, all for us. King, your troubles, let us. We will wait. What are they waiting for? And what troubles did this king have? Where are these questions coming from? Oh, great. Looks like we're playing Super Meat Boy. Here we go. No, no, no. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Cancer. That's exactly what this is. Ah! Okay. Woo! Save my rest point. Hi, Jen. Great, I gotta get through all this again. No! Alright, guys, who's ready to watch me rage? What? What? Why? Okay, how in the... Okay, dash, jump. Okay, oh my gosh. Oh my... Oh, no! No! Bruh. Okay, jump here. Jump here. Jump here. Jump dash. Oh, oh, risking. Big chilling. Oh. Bruh. Bruh. Oh, okay, okay. Go, 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 go. Oh my god. If I don't get to the top of this, I'm gonna cry. Bruh. Hey, I can't stay. I just wanted to say hi. Colin, I'm so confused. Please, you should have seen the last stream. I almost screamed. I finally got whatever this void heart is, and I'm lost. I will figure this out. Mark my words. This is the stream. But hello. You can do it. Bro, I will tell you where I've been with this void heart. I went to the queen. She was useless. I went all the way up here to Hollownest. Nothing. And now I'm inside the mine, and I'm hoping that going back to the king's spot will do something. And if that does nothing, I'm completely lost. Not only that, I have no clue how to get to these grubs at all. I am... Oh yeah, this area, I literally exploded right here. Someone's gonna have to clip that, but I am actually lost. If this isn't it, I don't know what else to do. Maybe not die. That'd be nice. You want to grub? Yes. Oh man. Oh, I was not paying attention. Oh my god! Are you kidding? I should have dashed. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die here, aren't I? No. Yes. Oh my gosh, I made it. Maybe you should go pray at the Black Ed to resource yourself. What? What does that even mean? Resource myself? Also, in that dream, okay, when I went down there below the abyss, I think I dream nailed myself, and then I saw this other guy, like I was hanging off of a cliff, and I saw myself and this other guy that I don't know. You dream nailed and saw your memories. Okay, so I'm so confused there. I'm still confused. I am still confused. I don't know what's happening still. You now remember the little guy. So, wait, this guy's Hollow... No, that doesn't make any sense. Because the guy in here is the Hollow Knight. And the boss is literally called the Hollow Knight. How can I be the Hollow Knight? This does not make any sense. This lore is all finicky. Wait, is my character just a dream? That would be actually kind of, oh, oops. So, the Pale King and the Pale Lady had babies together and killed them all. You're one of them. The void then took over their body. That's why you have a shade when you die. What? Wait, hold on. All these saw blades are super loud. Hold on. Alright, these saws so loud. Oh, bruh. Give me a sec. I gotta get through all these saw blades. Oof. That is a lot of saw blades, man. Up. Oh, I'm on my last health. Nah. Oh, I hate this part. No. There's just too much noise, guys. You gotta give me a sec. Wait a sec. I went through all that for nothing. My brain. Okay. So the Pale King and the Pale Lady had babies together and killed them all. You're one of them. The void. What is the void? The void then took over their body. Where did this void come from? What? That's why you have a shade when you die. Don't you replace the Hollow Knight in the ending? And they made their children took over their body so that they're empty and can host the infection. So that wholeness can stay one. And now, thanks to the void heart, you're one with the void, the black thing, and you can sort of control it. I don't... Wait. Are you saying... So I'm guessing the king is dead, but the queen is still alive. So... But where did this infection come from? I still don't know where this infection come from. Okay. So, the infection came out of nowhere, I guess, for now. So, wait, so that's like me? I mean, I guess I can kind of see it. The horn. Oh, that kind of. Oh. Maybe like the grown-up version of me, maybe? But that doesn't. Yes, I can't exactly tell you where the infection comes from before you get the That's it! So I need to get there then! Alright, if this isn't the way, if going back over to the king's place isn't the way, then I'm gonna be killing the Black Knight, and, I mean, I'm so livid. As you guys can clearly see right now. No! Yes, I need the help right now, so I'm gonna heal up. Okay. Oh, wait, no! I wasn't ready! Everyone's a critic. Oh my... You know what? Forget it. I don't even care. No! I care! What in the... Alright, slow and steady. Exactly, Jin. You feel the struggles. Yeah! Okay. No, not more of this. No! I'm healing! But yeah, the infection is locked inside the Hollow Knight and was put there by the Pale King in order to preserve Hollowness from it. The infection is locked inside the Hollow Knight. You know, there is one thing that I have tried, but it didn't work. When the Hollow Knight was down, I tried to Dream Nail the Hollow Knight to see if I can, like, see into the Hollow Knight's dream. Oh, come on. But it immediately got up, so it kind of prevented me from doing that. So that was another thing I was kind of suspicious. But, I mean, that wouldn't make any sense for me to... It wouldn't make too much sense for me to... Dream? I don't know. I hope I never have to go back into this White Palace ever again. Climbing this thing is so bad. It's like I'm playing... Oh yeah, maybe you should try it again now that you have the Void Heart and Awoken Dream Nail. Isn't it more powerful or something? Like, it allow you to go into the... oh yeah, oh yeah, you're right. Huh, you're right. I guess I haven't tried that either. Alright. Alright! Nerd. So wait, I am very confused. I am not. I am the Hollow Knight. Or. Okay, is this the Pale King? Is. Or. No, that can't be the Pale. That's not the Pale King, because I was reading this. That's the Hollow Knight. I'm not the Hollow Knight. That's fully grown vessel. Brain. See, no, that's the King's mold. So. Oh. Hold on. I'm trying to put this together before my brain explodes. Those are not the King. That's not the King. That's not the King. Oh, the King's gone. Nothing. Of course, nothing. I'm out of here. Peace out. What? No. Are you telling me that I have to? Tell me I have to go all the way back. In the Lord, the Pale King tried to control the void, become stronger, and try to control it. So where did this void come from? Like, where did this void come from? Like, down here? I don't know. I give up, guys. I'm just gonna goodbye, everyone. Don't go all the way back. Right, nah, man, it's over. Sorry, Sunny. It's all. No, Sunny. I'm so sorry, just Sunny. Sunny, there's nothing you can say. Sorry, Sunny. No. Ha! It's what you thought. I'm in a dream world, which means I don't lose my Geo. Your brain's probably your brain go complunk. Kerplunk. Ouch. No, come on. Okay, there we go. What? Whoa! Somebody in. That's it. Give me a sec. This deserves this soundboard. Give me a second. Give me a second. This deserves it. There we go. Wait, I know. I'll just go down this way. Easy. Darn it! What? Okay. Yes, Jen. Wah! That was a waste of time. Alright. I'm going back to the black egg. This doesn't work. I'm eating my keyboard. I will literally consume my keyboard. You think I won't? I will. I'll do it right now. Okay, here we go. Alright. Back here again. Hornet? The heck are you doing here? The path is open. One way or another, an end awaits us inside. What do you mean us? Oh, I mean, my bad. One way or another, an end awaits inside. I won't be joining you in this. You weren't there before, but okay. That space is built to sustain your likes. My likes, excuse you? Its binding would drain me were I to join. It's your sister. Are you sure that's my sister? It could be my sister's husband's cousins. I don't know. And the only gendered siblings. Don't be surprised. I'll not risk my own life in your attempt. Though, if the moment presents, I'll aid as I am able. Could it achieve that impossible thing? Should it? I don't know. I mean, I've already defeated the bot. It's gonna be easy. Well, it's easy, guys. You just gotta kill this boss again. Right after we take a short commercial break right here. Alright, let's make sure that I don't need that. Alright, I already know how to kill him, so this won't be too hard. I don't really need steady body. Long nail is nice. Quick slash is okay. Lifeblood core. Do I really need that though? I really don't need the extra health. Like, I already know how to kill the boss. It's gonna be easy. Soul catcher. Sure. And then, you know what? Having the shaman stone increases the power of my spells. Heck yeah. Soul eater. Greatly increases the amount of soul gain when striking an enemy with a nail. Well, that's better than the soul catcher. But I need like 4 spots. I guess I don't need the long nail. I can. Yeah. Alright. This boss is dead. The Pale King had Hornet with Ara the Beast, one of the Dreamers, as an alliance between Deep Nest and the Kingdom. What? What? I don't understand. They did not say anything about kids. Alright, here we go again. Alright, this ends here. People are gonna die. It's time to use my full gaming skill here and do it. Yes, I can. You wanna know why? Because I am the sword. I am. Wait, hold on. I have to do that speech. Give me a sec, guys. My throat. Okay. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades, unaware of loss, nor aware of gain. Withstood pain to create weapons, waiting for one's arrival. I have no regrets. This is the only path. My whole life was a limited blade works. Watch me like die. Guys, if I die, I will literally eat my keyboard on stream. Please don't die. Nerd! Oh, that would have been funny. The hollow nut! The hollow sham! The hollow knight! Alright, let's end this here. Oh gosh. No. Okay. Be careful. No. It's been a... Already bad. Already being bad. Bad. Parried. No. Okay, man's dying. Get him! 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 Oh. Yeah! Yeah! Ah! Uh-oh. Dodge, 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 dodge. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Ah! Blast him! Blast him! Blast him! Blast him! I'm sorry, man! Ow. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Mega attack! Oh, oh, no! I'm sorry! You gotta go! Oh! Whoa, what? Hornet? Whoa! Oh, hit him! Oh my gosh, Hornet! No! You'll pay for that! Oh my gosh, you did not! You monster! You killed my half-sister, half-whatever! You'll pay for that! My sister! No! What? Oh, what? Dream now. No, dream now. You should have dreamed. No, I didn't. No, I'm not eating my. Wait, what? Sealed seedlings? Hold up. I got an achievement. This is not what I wanted. Oh no. Defeat the Hollow Knight with Hornet by her side. Nah, she's dead though. No way. Wait, what? I should have dream node. I guess I was talking about dream node, but I was just so caught up in the moment. Huh. She's not dead, don't worry. She's the new seal? But wait, but then how would the seal be open if she's on the if she's in the inside? It showed dream nail particles. Yeah, it did show dream. Okay, I look thinking back to that moment. I did see dream nail particles, but I was just too into like attacking. Yeah, that's one of the problems of this ending. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, if she's in the black egg, then no one can open the seal anymore. So like, what? So what? The Hollow Knight's a vessel. If you turn out to be unable to contain the infection, then nobody will be able to enter the room to replace you, like you did with the Hollow Knight. So, why is he called the Hollow Knight if he's not hollow? Like, he technically has the infection in him. Also, maybe, so wait, that's why he's been, wait. So the Pale King, so they keep making kids to be able to, no, that doesn't make any sense because there's only one left. Brain. So, my main goal was to defeat that Hollow Knight and switch places with them to contain it. Interesting. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of siblings. There has to be a way to defeat the infection then. Bruh! Mm. Game completion. 97. I'm gonna end up having 40 hours in this game, aren't I? We're not done here. I almost had. The infection develops via dreams. Wait, I thought. Oh, I wonder what he's dreaming about then. Probably dreaming about killing me. All right, let's do this. I'm not gonna talk for this entire time, guys, until I get to the point where I just have to stab his brain. So you guys are about to. Yes, I will use the dream now. You guys are about to witness some pro gaming skills here. And then if I die, I will eat my keyboard. All right, let's end this.
Get down!
Where am I? This is not New York. All right, what kind of dream? Challenge? Hello? Oh, what in the... What? What in the... The Radiance? Whoa! Oh, hey, yo! Oh. Oh my gosh, Bruh. Hey, yo. What is this all about? Ow! Oh, okay, she takes two. Okay. Ow! I need to be very careful here. Bruh, I can't get a moment. Oh, bro, what? Holy! The Radiance. The source of the What? The source of the infection? This... There... That's it. Now that I know what I'm dealing with. But why do I need the Void Heart then? To be able to... Okay. Oh, snap. I only took one hit. All right, no more playing around.
Get the!
Ah, really? Oh my gosh! The dodging on this! There's no time to heal. Absolutely no time to heal. Can't use quick focus. No time for healing. Dash Master. No time for healing. Wait, the scream you hear isn't the boss's scream, it's the Radiance's scream? Interesting. Interesting. Oh! Darn it! I don't know. I don't think, Jenny, I don't think the boss is hurting himself. I think that's literally the Hollow Knight trying to kill the boss. That is sad. All right. Don't need that. Don't need that. Just play well. I think. To give me enough room to put back on the, increases the power. Just don't, I just need to not take damage. That's it. Yeah, then damage. Yeah. All right. I'll try that. More focus on survivability. The hollow. Ow. Ow. All right, that's it. That's it. Absolutely dead. Dead. Half sister, now. All right, this ends here. You know, I probably should have saved my soul. That's fine. I'll make sure to do it next time. I mean, there won't be a next time, guys. I'll kill this boss now. Man, that move is heavy. Ow. Oh, I see where it's where the lines are. Okay. I was trying to figure that out. Bruh, what? Got him! Whoa. Ah, is that over? Ah, no! What in the... Give me that back. I'm getting better by the second. Me need to make sure to save all of my... What, really? What? Why were they just staying there? Okay, me. Bruh. Bruh. Nerd, nerd, nerd. I'm the nerd. Alright, save up our... Ow! What? Doubled? Half-sister, now!
Get the...
Alright. Let's not mess this up. Oh my gosh! I can do this. Don't need this. Common stone's good. Take this off. I'm actually gonna equip. Greatly increases the amount of soul. Yeah. This boss died. This boss hates being completely obliterated. by the shaman. Yeah. Try to take that off, and then I reduces this. Do that. I just need to make sure I don't get hit. Alright, this is going to seriously help my odds. Half sister, now!
Get
Huh? Ah, what? No, no! Oh. Kill! Oh, come on! I was holding Q when I respawned and it didn't heal me. The problem, see, this is a good loadout. Okay, maybe I shouldn't use that. I mean, this is a really good loadout, but I wish this wasn't broken. That'll, ooh. So when I'm that, uh-oh. One sec. Okay, I should be fine now. Hi, Joseph. All right. Here we go. No more playing around. Time to Hollow Knight this fool. Come on. It's fine. I just need to survive long enough to get to the boss. So this is what being bad feels like. Gosh. Go on, go on, go on, go on, go on. Oh, he's stabbing himself more? Oh. Oh. That's not good. I'm getting really good at fighting the Hollow Knight, not gonna lie. Now, little sis! Half sis? Yeah.
Get the!
It's funny how Alright. No more playing around. Oh. Literally, if you take any damage, it's lethal. Like, a time will come to attack. Just gotta... Oh my... I can't do it without the... Not without the blue stuff. Alright. Yeah, we want this one. And we're also going to want the Shaman Stone, which increases that. The Soul Eater. Yeah, this is the best loadout I can get. Unless I take that off and then I equip both these. So that means it's not a lot of soul that comes back, but I'll also have this. I think it'll be fine. We'll try it like this. Oh, I won't be able to heal with the blue shells. I'll just be able to take more damage. So I won't be able to heal. I just gotta make sure I don't mess this up. Bruh. Man down, man down, man down, man down, man down, man down. Ow. Ow, my back. Ow, what? Okay. Yeah, stab it. Stab that infection. Uh-oh. Now, half sis. Attack.
Get the.
Oh. I thought I was not gonna make that. All right. Focus. Actually, hold on. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna change my keybind. Oops. Okay, changing my keybinds was really a bad idea. What? I dashed! I think I dashed prior to that. I sure wish I could hit it right now. I'll have to go. Sorry and good luck. That's okay, Colin. Bye. Yeah, I gotta change my controls back. That was a mistake. I thought, because, like, that was a huge mistake. Bye. The Hollow Knight. Oh, come on. Can't I, like, just no hit you? Oh, what, which way I'm going? He found out. Oh, which way? Oh, which way? Oh, which way? Oh, which way? Ah, he didn't care. He was like, enough of this. Yeah, let's just hit him. It's fine. My hearts will regen. Do. Thank you. I was like, what's taking me so long?
Get the.
Yeah. There we go again. Old man. Take your time. Darn it, I had already dashed. Oh, that's unfair. You! That's exactly what Cindy would say. I mean, Cindy, I'm not wrong, right? Bro, when can I find that time to attack, though? Oh my god. Literally, this does a lot of damage to the boss, but it's no good when I gotta stop rushing. Alright, let's actually... I'm taking my time this time, guys. How did he not hit? Oh, come on. What was that? Bruh. Who jumped? Bruh. Bruh.
Get the!
Yeah, I am being too aggro. Thanks for noticing, Sunny. Okay, fair enough. Oh, way, bro. Nerd, 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 bad, bad, bad. Oh. Alright, attack twice here. Ah, I didn't see that. Bro, what? Oh my... I was doing good, Sunny. Sunny, you saw that. That was new. That was new, Sunny. Sunny, you saw that. You're the one who's actually typing in chat. Bruh, I have to rejoin the stream all over again because my Wi-Fi is... Sunny, you saw that though, right? Colin would be proud. Colin would be proud. It's the Sunny night! Oh! No hit, no hit. No hit, no hit, no hit run, no hit run. Aw, hit run. I mean, less hit run, I guess. Hollow Knight no hit. Now! Huh?
Get good!
Yeah! Yeah, the downside of blue health is that you can't heal. Just be good, basically. Alright, hit. Ah. Come on, you gotta be kidding me. I like literally dodged that. Are you? It's so finicky. Nerd. I only have 2 hits before I die. I gotta focus. Nerd. Thanks, Jack. It ain't over yet. Oh, you teleported away. No! Garbage! Oh my gosh. This boss is garbage. In a good way. I can already hear Artem. Actually, that's a skill issue. I'll show you a skill issue. No hit. I just got hit. Whatever. Okay. I don't care about this. I'm not trying with this boss. I'm literally just gonna... Oh my gosh, would you stop moving? That was just the first part, guys. Oh my gosh. Did not just do that. Oh my gosh. That's it. Hit in the head. Ow. Okay, I had enough of this. No. Bad. Yes. Ow. Now, little sis, do it. Huh? All right. Well, I can only attack twice here. Oh, I got 3 times that time. Great. Oh my gosh. Look at me. I'm back at the same health at where I started. Perfect. Stop rushing. I'm not going to sleep, guys. I will literally... This is it. I hate it here. I'm not stopping until I defeat it. I will get the lore. Bruh. 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 Ow. Bruh, how are you still standing? You should not be standing. Yeah, yeah. Little sis, do it.
Get the!
I swear, I will save this knight. I will put him to peace. This boss is on my hit list. Fine. I still have more health than I did before. No, 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 no. Oh, never mind. Back at the same amount of health. Yo, nice dodge. Nice dodge. Nerd, 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 nerd. Bad, bad, bad. Oh. What? Dude, maybe you should stop talking. Fine, fine, Jack. I won't talk this entire try right here. I won't talk. Let's just see how far I get. Oh. Why is it always when I have low health? Why? Alright. What if? I'm gonna try this. I'm only going to try this one once. I notice that my shade doesn't attack me anymore. Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
Get the!
Oh, I dashed the wrong way! Come on, man. That's so dumb! I swear, I will slay this boss! Oh, what? Was risking it. I'm sorry. Come on! Ah! Don't you dare take another hit. You! This stream will not end until I... You really got me there. Darn it! Come on. What in the world? Okay, if that happens, stay as far away from that box as possible. I wonder if I can hit those things away. Oh, all my geo's gone. Oh well. I don't care. I probably don't need it. As soon as I get this ending, I'm not playing this again. Not saying that I don't want to get the other endings or whatever, or I'm just here to complete this game. I'm done with this. Honestly, I might try out the quick slash or something else. I'm gonna heal. I chose correctly. got him! Who are you? What? Okay. What the heck? Those all the dreams? What in the world? Thank you for the hydrate. Oof indeed. Not the time for pooping. Dream no more. That achievement. This nothing. I don't understand any of this. This irritates me. That explained nothing. Defeat the radiance and consume the light? What are you on about? I'm so done. If this says 100%, I'm done playing this. I might play the other, I might look for like the other stuff like in my Discord server when I go live, like in my Discord server, but I am not playing this again for like on the live stream. Like, I'm done. I'm done. I have so many questions and I don't understand. After this, once this is done, I am going to look up. I'm looking up a summary on this game. And we're gonna watch it because this game confused the heck out of me. And my gosh, I did not take it. My brain, someone's gonna lose a left leg, and it's gonna be you. That's right. Hollow Knight lore, because the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight, nah. Well, that one has the most. So it's a 1 hour video. Hope you guys are ready for a 1 hour video. I mean, of course you guys don't have to stay for it, but I swear if it says like 99%, I'm going to scream. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. I'm gonna. It's a 1 hour and 17-minute video. I'm going to watch it though. Congratulations. Yes, but did I complete 100% of this confusing game? Now, I'm not saying this game is bad, okay? I'm rating this game. No. Are you kidding me? Not a single percent went up. What? 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 We don't get to watch lore. That wasn't it? What else could I possibly do? There's absolutely nothing. This hurts my brain so much. What? How? I mean, all right, I have a theory of what else I can do, I guess. I'm serious when I say I'm going for 100%, and I'm at 97%. I'm not just gonna leave this game at whatever percent is that. That 97, no, that's unacceptable. The Grim Child is what we need. I need to go there, there, and there. I think this part, yeah, okay. All right, let's get this over with. It's me being slightly extreme lore. What? Never have I ever been so annoyed at a game. Yeah, I play the game for the lore, guys. I don't know about you guys. No lore, no juke. I could dash through it. Guess not.
Babala Geno. Sego Nala.
Oh, oh, reflame.
Baba Gondala.
Wait, what?
Baba
You
Gondala.
wish to silence this endless song. Meet me where it began. No. But if you wish to continue the ritual, as long as you do it without regret, I will bear you no hatred. Where it all began. So I gotta go back to the abyss. Hold on.
Baba
You wish
Gondala.
to silence this endless song. Meet me where it began. But if you wish to meet me where it all began. Okay. Wait. No, where it all began was Technically, it was here. Alright, let's check the. Alright. Always one thing with another thing. You run! Alright. So, dirt map. Techness. Technically speaking, I still have 2 hours. But I can do it. Aha! See,
Baba
so you
Gondala.
followed me here to where the ritual began. You will join me in breaking it, Fifth. It is painful to defy the master, but our harvest, it profanes this dark white kingdom. This once, I would see the ritual fail. Now, let us destroy the anchor and banish the master. Never shall he return here again. Ow. Banishment. Banish the grim trope from Hollow Nest. It did not do anything. If anything, if... Oh.
Oh,
Hello. I am new around these parts, so it's marvelous to see so friendly a face in such a sad town. The old bug over there was very welcoming. I still find the place a little melancholy. What, what with the wind and the darkness and the sense of death, fine. I was hoping my music could go some way to live, livening up the place. And now you arrive with that wonderful, charming aura about you. The whole town feels brighter for it. Before you hurry about your business, I have a small gift to commemorate a wonderful new friendship. No use for it myself, but I believe it'd look rather fancy upon you. Please enjoy it, and let's hope to see much more of one another about town. Carefree melody. Okay. This does not... thanks. I am the real jukebox for the hydrate. Oh, it just transforms into this.
Hello there.
Well, I'm 98% done. I still don't know what else to do. There's absolutely nothing else I can do. I can't. That's it. I'm looking up how to. No way. Build a tramway in Deep Nest? So I must have not checked this area out well enough, I think. So the most self-efficient way to get there. Hmm. Alright, Queen Station. I looked up how to access the tramway. That's the only time I looked up anything on how to, finish this. Okay. Queen Station, please. Why am I afraid to have to fight that boss again? I really don't want to. Well, I have 2 spots, so... I mean, as much as I like Quick Slash, I don't get it. Let's see here. The quickest way to get there is up. What the heck? Worms pull bugs into their draw till ages pass and kingdoms fall. Caps and shells may fall to dust, but Mr. Mushroom read a dust. What? Okay. I have no idea what that's all about. Prepare for some loud noises. I can't believe I got through that unscathed. All right. So what I'm looking for is over here. Oh my gosh. In here. Bro. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. Now I'm assuming with this pan, does it pass? Go here. So I. Take me to the hidden station. Oh my gosh. What is it? Oh, the money stealer. Got it. It's not here. So do I need to go? I think I need to find the main one, which I feel like it's right there. Okay. And go all the way back there. Go all the way to Deep Nest. Transfers over there. It better be over there.
Voila.
Literally speedrunning this now. I hate this. I hate it so much. Okay, here we go. Press the glowing button. Press the glowing button. Alright, new area. That has literally never been touched before. I can already smell the lore. Ah, we're still in the... Honey? This brings us to today's sponsor, Honey. A hive. Okay. What in the world? Honey shillings! Tasty. Okay. This is news to me. Honey, Juke is live. Hurry. Let's watch it together. Oh, wow. Very funny. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jeez. That looks very deadly. Really? Honey. Okay, I feel like the grub is down here in the honey. Exclamation point to distract. Why do I feel like there's going to be a Queen boss? Queen bee boss? Also, yes, honey. Very sticky. On the bright side, shillings. Jeez. Talk about drilling a hole. I can see why I was only 97% complete. Ah. Going back. I'm not done with the hide yet. Giant bumblebees. Bing shilling. Look, I almost have $1,000 back. Or shillings, my bad. What am I saying? Oh. Money. Mr. Krabs would be proud. The grub is literally on the other side of this. Well, would you look at that? Bruh, what? This doesn't work. Someone's gonna lose a left leg. It's not gonna be me. Oh, come on. That should have totally worked. Bruh. Ow. The Hive Knight? Alright. Bro, like, how do you dodge that, though? Man, this guy's tough. I ain't gonna lie, that guy was tough. What? Oh. Oh. That guy was tough. But not tough enough. I literally just fought the in-game boss. There's nothing I am not, like, ready for. The Hive Blood. This is a Nexo Knight. What? My knight. At last you're free. Small thing, I know you're kind. If you attempt to resolve your past, then... No, I am not the queen you seek. It is the pale beings that bear blame for your nature. Though this hive exists within Hollownest, we play no part in its attempt at perpetuation. The relicant's nature is holy. All things must accept an end. Soul juice. Wait. Alright, there has to be some way to get that in this room. I see that. You guys see that up there? Hold up. Bro, no way anyone was gonna find that. Bruh. No one was ever gonna find that. Bruh. Alright, who's left? Just two more. Bruh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No. Bad. Stop. Ah, no. Heals the bearer's wound over time, allowing them to regain health without focus control. Nice. But not what I'm looking for. There is a mask in this place. And I'm gonna get that mask. The mask is as good as mine. No. No. Exactly. Exactly, Jack. You get it. No. What is this? The Powerpuff Girls? Bro, what? There's an extra masterpiece, and I don't know how to get it, which is annoying me. Wait. What is happening right there? Oh, what, bro? What? All right. Good night, Jack. What you have to do here is so dumb. I literally have to leave the entire. Oh my god. So then what's the point of coming over here? Ah, there's that spot. Finally, that doesn't kill my brain. Okay. Now I still need to get that grub. Aha. Almost done with this grub hunt. Wrong way, but okay. Now, okay, I need to get to the King Station. So, last grub, finally. Better be the way, so help me. Metamorphosis. Rescue all the imprisoned grub. Well, well, well. That comes full circle. Don't need this anymore. Yeah, this game is pretty cool and creepy at the same time. If you don't know what you're doing, but yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I did it! I saved every grub! Shillings! Shillings! More shillings! Even more shillings! Shillings! Even more 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 shillings! Maximized shillings! The King's Idol. Whoever flies, Elegai. You're welcome, friendly friends. You'll never see me play this game ever again. I mean, there's still like the Coliseum of Fools that I have to do. Oops. 9%. Ah! Completion! 101%. I'm done. This is going over the completion. I'm just gonna go and kill the boss one more time. And then I'm done. Wow. This ends here. Ooh. All right, let's try this. Let's try this loadout. Whew. Oh, I'm not at full health anymore. Sister, now! This ends here for you.
Get the...
Cut. Challenge. The Radiance! Oh no. I am dead. My question is, do I really want to try and... Alright, we don't need this. The Hollow Knight. Not to be the Dead Knight. Bro, how the heck can you carry that? Oh, what? The boss is like, holy Nova. What happens if I don't attack? Okay. Ah!
I told you to do your homework!
Okay. Completion! I did it! I did it! Achieved 100% game completion and finished the game. I did it! I did it! 42 hours, guys. That's a screenshot. Oh, never mind. Hmm. Now we go watch an hour video explaining what the heck I just played, as I am so confused. I got my bowl of cereal. I might make some macaroni and cheese, but yeah. Wake up, sir.
Did you feed it cocaine?
I think that's a yes.
No one cares about Cocaine Bear. Next.
Had one goal when making Hollow Knight. They wanted to create a world that allowed players to get completely lost in exploration.
Oh,
We
good.
can see this desire in Hollow Knight's design. The levels in Hollow Knight are massive, with secrets and rewards hidden in every nook and cranny, be that powerful charms, special abilities, or the game's navigation system requires the player to work for their map, forcing them to make a stronger mental image of the world in their head. Christopher Larkin's score and Ari Gibson's artwork lend to this as well, creating an atmosphere that the player won't want to leave. But there's one aspect of Hollow Knight that keeps people like me coming back: the world building.
The lore.
When Super Metroid launched in 1994, it stood out for its amazing sense of immersion. Now in 1994, I was busy not being alive, but I've watched enough YouTube video essays to know that this game was a big deal. In case you didn't know, Super Metroid is basically the granddaddy of all Metroidvanias. That's why they're called Metroidvanias. Now in Super Metroid, there are moments that give the
I've never played a single Metroid game like this, 2D, in my life, guys. Like, never, ever. Not Sonic, not Mario, not Kirby, none. Okay? I've played Metroid Prime. I played the Metroid Prime 2, and Metroid Prime 3, the trilogy games. I've even played Other M, but I have never played a 2D version of Metroid. Granted that Metroid Other M did have some aspect of 2D, but it wasn't that much. So, yeah, Hollow Knight was my first ever type of game. Yeah.
player a sense of depth. Basically, the feeling that this world exists outside of Samus's interactions with it. In the room right before that diabetic crocodile thing, Samus can find the corpse of a random soldier. His inclusion here doesn't change the gameplay at all, but instead gives the player a sense of wonder about the world they are exploring. Who was this guy? Why was he here in the first place? Did he like jazz? Now, finding dead bodies and other random garbage is pretty cool, right? Well, Hollow Knight basically does the same thing, about a dozen times. Through its world building, Hollow Knight turns Hallownest into a living kingdom. You can sense the ancient history of the land when you look at dilapidated structures or giant barred doors. Nothing feels like it was put into the game randomly. There's a reason for it all. Except those reasons aren't the easiest to uncover. Hollow Knight's narrative is buried under layers of NPC dialogue, item descriptions, lore tablets, and even additional content like the Quarrel comic and Fangamer's Wanderer's Journal. These past 3 years have seen an insane amount of research by the Hollow Knight community to make sense of Team Cherry's sprawling world. We've even made it to the point where people are looking at the in-game signs to try and decipher Hallownest's logographic language. In this video, I hope to give you a long and detailed look into the world of Hollow Knight, exploring Hallownest's history and uncertain future. When I'm not busy making surprisingly accurate Super Smash Bros. Roster speculation videos, or insightful podcasts about beloved subjects like the Donkey Kong Country television series, or whatever this was supposed to be, I'm usually making videos about Hollow Knight. And while I am a seasoned Hollow Knight lore expert, I cannot confirm that every musing or theory presented in this video is completely correct. I highly recommend checking out the lore section of the Hollow Knight wiki if you want a more neutral explanation of Hollow Knight's lore. But if you're too lazy to read, then I suggest you sit back, order some Domino's pizza, or just grab a block of cheese from the fridge and enjoy the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna go make some. I'm gonna order some Domino's. Yeah. Guys, I'll be right back. We can't start this without my Domino's. I need my Domino's. I'll be right back. Mm-mm-mm. I returned with the dominoes. Guys, you think I'm yes. Hi. Hi, Vildosaurus. I don't even know if anyone's here. I think everyone's gone. Oh well. But hi guys. Um yeah, I'm I already beat the game and now we're watching lore. I got my dominoes, just like the game told me to.
Read, then I suggest you sit back,
Yep.
order some Domino's pizza,
Yep.
or just grab a block of cheese from the fridge
Nah.
and enjoy the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight.
Here we go, guys.
It's a simple fact of life that every human worships a god, be that technology, ideologies, or in rare cases, God. As it turns out, the bugs in Halnest pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, to the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness, there is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight. Our story begins with a creature very much worthy of worship. A creature born from the carcass of a worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only good look at what worms actually looked like. At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly long creatures that featured little to no limbs. Another more mysterious property of worms was that they had some kind of prescience or foresight. Basically, they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how effective this ability was. Considering how the entire race went extinct, this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass, it is explained
Also, there might be cursing. Oh well. If you don't like it, I'm going to continue watching this.
that this worm traveled across the distant mountains and wastelands beyond Hallownest. Once it arrived in Hallownest, the worm died. Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm, a being of meager shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King, and he's the character basically responsible for everything that happens in Hollow Knight. The Pale King is a higher being, a type of creature that exists above all others. His body was said to shine with a radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall." In other words, it's just in their nature. Dogs wag their tails, cats bury their shit, and worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations. And here in a far corner of the world, the Pale King emerged from the corpse of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom, Hallownest. There's just one slight problem. There's like people already living there. The area that would eventually become Hallownest was already filled with mantises, bees, moths, spiders, mushrooms, and bush cosplayers. Each of these groups were already operating with their own cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kinda smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe. The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the birth of Hallownest. The Mantises are a proud tribe, believing in the importance of proving one's physical strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords, who I guess just kinda sat around waiting for outsiders to challenge them. The Mantis tribe had no interest in the Pale King's kingdom, but the two communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallownest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deepnest from invading Hallownest. Not sure why they didn't just go out the other exits from Deepnest, but whatever. I'm not an expert on Border Patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore.
As I'm in the midst of applying for residency right now, wish me
Oh,
luck. Grammarly has
ads.
again been a lifesaver with my application.
Lifesaver of skipping ads.
Let's move on to Deepnest. Now, many of the different tribes of Halonest were kind enough to leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deepnest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of Deepnest had a monarchy because why not? Those are always good, right? Also, within Deepnest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deepnest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deepnest. They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields. One thing we know for sure about Deepnest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Halonest. The struggles of Deepnest-Halonest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the two remained fairly isolated from one another. Another section of pre-Halonest includes Greenpath. Now, as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deepnest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being. I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom? Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope. The land we know as Greenpath was created by the higher being known as Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Greenpath into the once barren caverns. Un's followers, the Mosskin, were also born out of Un's dream, making her their creator. Greenpath at its height was actually much larger than we see in game. At one point, Greenpath stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon. Greenpath's citizens showed themselves to be a fairly developed society. They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense, with Moss Knights showing proficiency in combat, using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to remain in effect even after the Pale King arrived, but it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of Halonest. Hence the name Greenpath. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they? Next, we have the bees. And while there is no lore on how these bees can turn into fucking drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation, we do know how they reacted to the Pale King. These bugs decided to seal their hive off from the rest of the world, with only patrol bees being able to enter and exit the hive. So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the Moth Tribe. In-game, the only moth settlement is in the Resting Grounds, but the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now, as we all know, moths in real life are just complete assholes. As for the moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated. The moth race is described as being a rather pacifist group, with few ever choosing to take up a weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves. Similar to the Mosskin, the Moth Tribe was born from a higher being known as the Radiance. The Radiance is described as being a light in which the Moth Tribe basked, so she was basically a giant lamp to them. Another important aspect about the Radiance is her ties to dreams and a substance known as Essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these dream catchers.
Oh, I beat Hollow Knight, so I'm just watching the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight, which is an hour and 17 minutes long. And because yes, this is a YouTube video. It's because I do not understand, I still do not understand the lore of Hollow Nest. So I'm watching this while eating macaroni and tuna and drinking black cherry sparkling water. So everyone, sit back, relax. Yeah. Sorry, I was gone. I was gone ordering Domino's because of Domino's Pizza because of this right here. Hold on.
And while I presented Hollow Knight easy to read, then I suggest you sit back, order some Domino's pizza,
Yes,
or just grab a block of cheese from the fridge,
I don't like cheese.
and enjoy the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight.
So yeah, that's what I basically did. All right, back to watching. Nom, nom, nom.
The Moth Tribe was born from a higher being known as the Radiance. The Radiance is described as being a light in which the Moth Tribe basked, so she was basically a giant lamp to them. Another important aspect about the Radiance is her ties to dreams and a substance known as Essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these Dreamcatcher particle effects. Essence can take the form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The Radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only higher being to give off essence. Un has green particles, the Pale King has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off fiery red particles. However, the Radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams, even if other gods also dabble in the dream realm. Getting back to the Moth tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss. Basically, the Moths turned their backs on the Radiance completely in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light. So yeah, Moths are assholes in this game too. With her tribe forsaking her, the Radiance became a forgotten memory, a remnant of the past, and a thing that's definitely not going to come up again later in this video. And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established, Hallownest. But there is one aspect of Hallownest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry. In Wilds Beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed, base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. This is from a poem titled Elegy for Hallownest, written by Motomon the Teacher. The poem appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and hints at what the Pale King and his kingdom offered. Much of the land outside of Hallownest appears to be a wasteland, where bugs survive off of instinct, without the burden of mind. Hallownest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects, and granted them higher thought. To get a better picture of this, let's look at two different characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug things give us a clear display of Hallownest's effect. While both appear to be the same species of bug, Boone is dumb as a sack of rocks, struggling to string together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Hallownest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital. Basically, it appears as though Hallownest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within. The Pale King established a path, starting from the kingdom's entrance in King's Pass, winding through Greenpath and the fungal wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital at Hallownest's heart. We now know the capital city as the City of Tears, but that was likely not its original name. The rain that falls down onto the city from the blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom collapsed. So unless the capital was originally named by some edgy literature student, the name City of Tears wouldn't have made much sense. The king's motivation for all this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Hallownest believe that the Pale King created the world, and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found scattered throughout the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed to followers of the king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly to hide his blemishes. I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale King to his statue in the ancient basin, the man is clearly overcompensating. The Pale King's White Palace was also built underneath the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Hallownest, though we don't know for sure if the Pale King had anything to do with this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul for combat was also shunned. Soul is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits. But aside from a few exceptions, no citizens of Hallownest ever use this power. However, the Pale King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being in the mix, a being known as the White Lady. The White Lady is a weird brute-like being that can be found in the modern-day Queen's Gardens. She is encased in a strange cocoon, and we know very little about her. With as much exposition we get for the Pale King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady. But one thing we do know is that she likes to breed. Like, a lot. The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's Gardens, an area of land once controlled by the Mosskin. How exactly she walked around and actually went places is a lore question too deep for even my expertise. The White Lady is also known as a pale being, along with the Pale King. What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings, as being even more powerful. I know that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example. I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer C7 AC1750 wireless dual-band gigabit router, while pale beings are like the Asus RT-AX88U AX6000 dual-band 8x gigabit Wi-Fi router.
The heck?
Under the Pale King, Halnest underwent a bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods. The Forgotten Crossroads and the storerooms above the City of Tears were used to store goods that traveled along these stagways. The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation. A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the Resting Grounds. A second tram was built from the Kingdom's Edge across the ancient basin over to Deepnest. And then a third tram was started in Deepnest and attempted to go further into Deepnest. Not sure how useful that would have been to the bugs of Hallownest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy, I'm not gonna question him. But anyway, the Pale King's super smart plan to build a tram in Deepnest ended up getting a few of his tram workers killed. The bugs of Deepnest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relations shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom. From this was born probably one of the most important groups in Hallownest, and perhaps even all of fiction. An elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining the various signs scattered throughout Hallownest. From the journal entry of one Menderbug, we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable minds.
Dear, dear diary, isn't life just the most beautiful thing? Fixing signs, mending posts, let them break, I say. I'm a better mender for all that repairing. I sometimes doubt there's a single bug in all of Hallownest happier than me.
Another example of the Pale King's expanding infrastructure is the Crystal Peak. This area is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain bugs. These crystals were considered valuable to the bugs of Hallownest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallownest, but they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully.
Because I beat Hollow Knight and I still don't understand the lore of Hollow Knight, so I'm watching this for 1 hour and 17 minutes. So for those who don't want to watch, I recommend leaving. Also, did I really just get rickrolled?
Carefully. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully. In terms of military, Hallownest's first line of defense appeared to be a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hagemol, Zamir, Drya, and Isma. For being so important, most of the information about these knights has been lost to time. Ogrim is the knight we know the most about, since he is one of the few knights still alive during the events of the game. Ogrim expressed a great amount of loyalty towards the king, and he maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hagemol was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice, but at the same time, he was also dummy thick. Mysterious Zamir arrived in Hallownest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of delicate flowers. At some point, she also got into a relationship with a mantis, but not just any mantis, a daughter of one of the mantis lords. So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being kind. She also appears to be some sort of weird plant life form, but there's no information on where she's from or what her powers were. The Five Great Knights play an important role in the Champion's Call, the Knotted Grove, and the Battle of the Black Worm. We have no idea what these events were or how they affected Hallownest, but they sound cool nonetheless. During Hallownest's reign, there was another strange area that seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed, and it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallownest. The sole purpose for fighting in the Colosseum appeared to be simply for glory, with a mysterious figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We don't know when the Colosseum was constructed or if the Pale King was involved, but one of his servants, the Pale Lurker, became a champion in the Colosseum, perhaps indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally, there was the Royal Waterways, where the fecal excrement of the kingdom was washed out into the fungal wastes. This area saw the rise of a species of parasite-like creatures called the Flukes. The Flukes spawned from the Flukmarm, a giant monster with cavities in which tinier Flukes live. There really isn't too much lore involved with the Flukes, but I do need to point out that the Flukmarm is canonically a MILF. Like, that's not even debatable. The sky is blue, 2 + 2 = 4, and we all want to fuck this thing. And so this was the kingdom of Halnest at its height. Halnest was a vast kingdom connected by a network of stagways and tram stations. The bugs of Halnest mourned their dead on the resting grounds, engaged in commerce using Geo, the de facto currency of the region, and a thriving capital located in the middle of the kingdom. The Pale King had succeeded in crafting a full-blown society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living in a society. As the suspiciously knowledgeable Hunter points out in his journal, the Pale King had created a population of weak and pathetic creatures. The bugs of Halnest did not hunt for their own food and had become complacent with their comfort. This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital. These greedy members of Halnest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plumb from excess wealth. The bugs living in Halnest Prime looked quite different than the instinctive simpletons they once were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence, and through that intellect, they gave the Pale King the devotion and service he desired. And while there were a few snags along the way, they were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Halnest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming Halnest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Halnest an eternal kingdom. This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Halnest to stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization. And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed where so many others had failed before. Long before the Pale Kings or the Barry Bensons of the world, the land of Halnest was controlled by an ancient caste. Hints of Halnest's history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the Soul Totems and Arcane Eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or any lord, but instead a dark and mysterious substance known as the Void. This ancient caste once also tried to lay claim to the entire land of Halnest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Halnest, the Pale King had made an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered.
Oh no, a lady
Next
skating with
level of
nerds.
Nerds Gummy Cluster.
I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiance in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true. Memories of her still lingered, and hushed whispers of faith kept the Radiance alive. At the summit of the Crystal Peak,
I know, right,
a
Bilda?
location known as Halnest Crown, a strange collection of glyphs can be found. Joining these glyphs is a statue of the Radiance, presiding over the kingdom below. This old summit is the sole standing shrine left to the Radiance. This was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiance alive. The Radiance's light began to appear in the dreams of Halnest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels. Those infected would fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds. Some of the lesser bugs tried to resist the Radiance's light, which only resulted in them being consumed by it even more so. Many infected bugs lost their wills and began attacking bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange cysts on their bodies. For many victims, they were reverted back to their basic instincts, carrying out the duties they once fulfilled in life, but now as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiance's hive mind, allowing her to control their bodies if needed. As the infection spread across Halnest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiance's light. The gates to the City of Tears were closed in an attempt to keep the infection from reaching the city. The Stagways were also shut down at some point, and many of the stags eventually died out, but some took more proactive efforts against the infection. The scholars of the Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholars' leader, the Soul Master, was driven mad by the sheer power of Soul, and his entire sect failed to avoid infection. But hey, at least they took as many innocent people down with them as they could. The Mantis tribe, showing a stronger will than the common bug, were able to stave off the infection. However, one of the 4 Mantis Lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage. At some point during all this, the Traitor Lord and his followers were exiled from the Mantis village, eventually taking up residence in the Queen's Gardens. The Traitor Lord's daughter ended up dying at some point. This is the same Mantis that was in a relationship with Zamir, one of the 5 Great Knights, but the Mantises rejected their union because of Zamir's outsideness. As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick. With the 5 Great Knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit known as the Abyss. Within the Abyss was a lake composed of void. The Pale
Very
King
funny.
realized that this void could be given form.
Oh my gosh, Buildosaurus, really? Sounds like this game has a lot of bugs. But don't.
As evidenced by an imprint of such, deep within the Abyss, possibly left there by the ancient civilization that predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed void in armor shells imbued with soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds. These void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's Molds, but the point is, the Pale King turned to the void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence
I'm
to
turning off the soundboard so I can focus on cleaning.
imply that even
I mean, watching the video. No more mopping or pooping.
common bugs were aware of King's Molds. But the point is, the Pale King turned to the void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. A pure vessel would be a creature made of void designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection and keep Hallownest lasting eternal. But his method for creating this so-called pure vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. These two higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the abyss. There, the void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels. The vessels are not technically considered to be alive. They are shells created from the Pale King and White Lady that have been filled with the void. Within each vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel. Vessels are also non-gendered, I guess because they're dead or something? I'm not sure if that's how that works, but whatever. I'm not an expert on these kinds of things. I don't work at ICE anymore. Thousands of vessels were created during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace. But I want to take a bit of a closer look at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment that I really want to dig into. The big question surrounding this moment is, why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory is that the Pale King took these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws. This theory is probably the least likely explanation. It kinda exists just to explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit, but doesn't really mesh with the vessels very well. How does being good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy vessel?
Buildosaurus, you called it. Super Meat Boy.
And while thinking about logistics in a game about magic bugs is never a good idea, how exactly did the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the Abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan. Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the Abyss, and the first one to make it to the top was chosen by the Pale King. In a memory of this event, we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the Abyss. Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast down into the Abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it. The lore tablet outside the Abyss appears to support this theory. It reads, "Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer." This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen, considering that is when the entrance to the Abyss was sealed off. The tablet proclaims that the pure vessel has ascended, or in other words, climbed out of the Abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the top of the Abyss first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels? All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all.
The company you keep is the sexiest show on TV.
No, an ad that you can't
I'm
skip.
CIA.
The
Why?
leading stars have genuine chemistry.
I don't
Have you come
care.
To the screen.
That was pain. Ah! Pain! What the? No! No Pringles!
The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many? I mean, this is like Octomom on steroids. Well, these are bugs we're talking about, so it would make sense that multiple offspring would come from one egg. And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the Abyss. Now another explanation could be that the Pale King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow, which would better explain why so many were created. Ultimately, the exact details aren't super important, but I do find it interesting how many different interpretations can be pulled from this part of the lore. After the Hollow Knight was chosen, the Pale King sealed the doorway to the Abyss, leaving the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not taken lightly by the Pale King or the White Lady. Both participants expressed shame in what they did, but saw no other option to save the kingdom. But the vessels weren't the only poor saps sealed away in the Abyss. There's also a lighthouse that was built on top of a naturally formed spire, its light shining down on an ocean of abyss below. Inside was one of the Pale King's royal retainers, who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could not pull a lever. Well, at least he was living with purpose. With the Abyss sealed and the Hollow Knight chosen, the Pale King's plan was beginning to come together. The Hollow Knight was raised and trained to prime form, causing it to grow several times its original size. We don't know exactly why this happened, but I guess the Hollow Knight is just a grower and not a shower. We know that the Hollow Knight was trained to use a nail, but why was this even necessary? One possible explanation is that the Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case an intruder tried to kill it. You know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the Radiance. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained. The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the Radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional
Wait, the player isn't the Hollow Knight? So, the player, as far as I know, the player is the Hollow Knight. Like, each play, so we're, the player, no, who we play as is, we play as a vessel, basically. And I'm gonna assume that soon it's gonna start talking about, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure I'll understand this more once the video's finished.
seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the Radiance was trapped inside of it. Somehow focused the Radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the Radiance was trapped inside of it. To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of 3 particular bugs, who would later be known as the Dreamers: Lurien the Watcher, Motomon the Teacher, and Hera the Beast. Lurien is definitely the most mysterious of the 3 Dreamers. He lived in the Watcher's Spire in the City of Tears. From there, Lurien watched over the city with his telescope. Lurien was a pretty big fan of the king, so it probably took little convincing for him to lie down for him. Lurien might also be tied to another strange incident that occurred in the City of Tears. Hidden on some of Lurien's lore tablets are images of jars, the same jars that can be found stockpiled in the Tower of Love. This building sits on the outskirts of the city, and is the setting of one of the most bizarre bosses in the game, the Collector. The Collector is a void construct that appears to have been made from the same mold used to create the King's molds. But the Collector is unique because, well,
Good grief, he's naked!
The Collector stayed in the Tower of Love with a noble bug who likely owned the establishment. In the tower, a number of bugs can be found captured in jars, implying that these two were tasked with collecting these creatures. However, the Collector somehow became obsessed with grubs, creating a map to keep track of grubs it captured in jars, as well as keeping a strange shrine displaying a grub in the style of the Vitruvian Man. Eventually, the bug staying with the Collector decided to lock it inside the Tower of Love, and fled to the Queen's Gardens, where it died, likely due to overexposure to the void. Despite being locked up in the tower, the Collector is still spotted by the Hunter at some point, which either means this only happened recently, or the Hunter has been farting around in Hallownest for a long ass time. We have no idea what these creatures were trying to do. It's implied that the Collector was trying to preserve the creatures of Hallownest, perhaps trying to protect them from the spread of the infection, but we don't know where the Collector's obsession with grubs originated, and while Lurien does seem connected to all of this, we don't know how involved he was with this operation, or what its end goal exactly was. Motomon the Teacher lived in the Teacher's Archives, a library built atop a lake of acid in the Fog Canyon. The lower half of her body consists of tentacles, making her a popular subject for the thriving Hollow Knight R34 community. The Archives and the Fog Canyon as a whole are also filled with these strange Metroid knockoffs. These creatures are likely related to Motomon in some way. They could be her live offspring, her test tube babies, or possibly even her shit. Motomon uses futuristic cathoid ray tube things to store information about Hallownest. Several terminals in the Teacher's Archive go into detail about the Pale King's plan to defeat the Radiance, indicating that Motomon had intimate knowledge of what she was taking part in. Finally, the Pale King sought the help of Hera the Beast, the Queen of Deepnest. Now, as I mentioned earlier, relations between Hallownest and Deepnest were kinda not great. Unlike the other 2 Dreamers, Hera needed to be convinced in order to help the Pale King. Hera would eventually agree to become a Dreamer, in exchange for a child. The Pale King agreed, and the two engaged in a dalliance, which is a fancy way of saying they totally boned.
Little Caesar slices and sticks his half pizza.
No, Little Caesars, please. I just had Domino's pizza. My stomach, please. No, not Sonic. Wait, what? That's not Sonic. That's not Sonic at all.
The White Lady was okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from the closet. The motive behind Hera's request is never elaborated on, but it appears as though the King of Deepnest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she desired the Pale King's pale seed so that her child could be of high birth. The bargain between Hera and the Pale King resulted in the birth of Hornet. She became known as the gendered child because, unlike the Pale King's other children, Hornet was not hollowed out by the Abyss. Hera and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera had to make good on her end of the bargain. And so the three dreamers were put to rest. Through their actions, a seal was placed over the black egg, prohibiting entrance into the chamber.
Is that Carl
These dreamers
Weezer? Hold on.
Because unlike
I'm
the
pretty
Pale
sure I
King's
saw-
other children, Hornet was not
Oh no. Why?
hollowed out by the Abyss. Hera and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera had to make good on her end of the bargain. And so the three dreamers were put to rest. Through their actions, a seal was placed over the black egg, prohibiting entrance into the chamber. These dreamers also had their own protection. At the base of Lurian's spire, the Watcher Knights guarded access to their master's body. Motomon's body was protected by a giant jellyfish named Umu. On top of this, Motomon entrusted her servant Quirrell with a mask which would be required to break an additional seal she had placed over herself. So she basically is double wrapping herself. As for Hera, we're not really sure what protected her, since it is never actually seen in-game. We don't know where this creature is hiding, but whoever it is, they really suck at their job. Now there appears to be one more element to the Pale King's plan, involving the Weavers. Hidden away in the Weaver's Den is an incomplete seal of binding, woven from silk. This design prominently features the Hollow Knight's head, and can be found in the White Palace, as well as blocking the exit during the Hollow Knight fight. Silk spools created by the Weavers can be found in the Stag Station in Deepnest, as well as the Stag Station next to the White Palace. These spools can also be found in the Pale King's workshop. We know that the Weavers were closely tied to Hera and Hornet, so their actions might have been a part of the deal between the Pale King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the Radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a giant black egg located in the Forgotten Crossroads. This egg was built to sustain the Hollow Knight, and itself appears to be fashioned from void. The Hollow Knight was chained up, and the entrance to the black egg was locked behind a powerful seal created by the three dreamers. Initially, this convoluted plan actually worked, and the infection was successfully contained. Memorials to the Hollow Knight and the Dreamers were erected in the City of Tears and the Resting Grounds. But this is the part of the story where things get a little bit hazy. By the time these statues were constructed, citizens had taken to writing on parchment woven from spider silk, which was all destroyed when water started pouring down onto the city. We don't know how long the Hollow Knight was able to completely contain the infection. Bugs from Dirtmouth used to go to the Temple of the Black Egg to pray, saying they felt at peace within the walls. But after a while, they stopped going, perhaps indicating that the infection was beginning to leak out again. The infectious air continued to seep through Halnest for years, eventually even reaching the deepest parts of the kingdom. As it turns out, the Pale King's pure vessel wasn't quite so pure after all. The Hollow Knight had been tarnished by an idea instilled. While the game never explicitly tells us what that idea was, it does hint strongly at what it might be. Hidden away in the White Palace is a memory showing the Hollow Knight and the Pale King sharing a moment. The Hollow Knight might have developed a parental bond to the Pale King, and who could blame it? The Pale King is a pretty great dad after all. You know, if you ignore the infanticide and everything. Remember those smug mushroom dickheads? Well, it turns out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake. That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?" This could imply that the Pale King always knew that his kingdom was doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable. This is likely the moment when Halnest, as it once was, entirely collapsed. The Hollow Knight had not completely stopped the infection, and while it may have taken a while, Halnest was eventually brought low. It's at this point that characters and areas begin to resemble as we know them in-game. When it became clear that the Hollow Knight was not able to contain the Radiance, the Pale King resorted to his final plan. He fucked off, hiding himself, his White Palace, and his Pale Court in the dream world. At this point, all of the furniture in the palace was covered under white sheets, similar to how people in the real world cover their furniture while away on long trips. The palace was also completely covered.
Wait, why do people, I mean, I don't travel, but why would you cover your own furniture if you go on a long trip? What? What? You guys ever do that? I don't, I, what? For what reason would you, what, to prevent someone from like looking through your window while you're gone on a trip, seeing your microphone sounds different? Oh no, hold on. Is it my, no, no, it's not my, it's not the voice mod. I don't know. I don't know.
Cover their furniture while away on long trips. The palace was also completely covered with thorns and buzzsaws, similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns and buzzsaws.
Okay. Okay. That was funny. that that was funny. Hold on, I gotta rewind that. That was that was funny.
And his Pale Court in the dream world. At this point, all of the furniture in the palace was covered under.
Like it's set to voice activity, but very sensitive. Testing, testing, testing. Hold on. I can always just double check, hear myself over my phone. Ah, I think I know what the problem is. Testing, testing, testing. This is Juke. Oh, my throat. This is Jukebox Ready. Yeah, you see how it goes to complete zero when you stop? Yeah, that is true. I think I fixed it now, right? Testing, testing. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good now. I think we're good. Okay. I think so. I don't know. Well, hopefully I do sound normal and it isn't too bad. I turned the reduced background noise to 30, so hopefully you guys can hear me a lot better now and it's not all choppy. Hopefully. But anyways, like I was trying to say, this was funny.
Under white sheets, similar to how people in the real world cover their furniture while away on long trips. The palace was also completely covered with thorns and buzzsaws, similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns and buzzsaws. The Pale King would eventually pass away while sitting on his throne in the White Palace. There's no confirmation on what killed him, but there are a few things to consider. The throne room is incredibly dark compared to the rest of the palace, and the particle effects and ambient track in this room are identical to that of the Abyss. All of the king's molds surrounding the Pale King are dead. The ancient basin itself also has become stained with the presence of void, as it can be seen as high as the rundown elevator shaft leading back to the city. Remember that bug that was sealed away in the Abyss to make sure the lighthouse wasn't turned off? Well, the lighthouse was turned off. I guess that whole living with purpose thing is a crock of shit after all. It seems as though the Sea of Void itself actually convinced this bug to betray his king and turn off the lighthouse. Now I know what you're thinking. Exactly how conscious is the Void? Is the Void able to think for itself? Can it form strategies? Does it host a podcast? Well, according to this Chozo statue ripoff, the Void is powerful, but not unified. So while it can thrash around at things that come near it, or call out in unison to turn off a light, it's not a single conscious being. Getting back to the Pale King, one could argue that the Void might have played a role in his ultimate demise, and I've argued that viewpoint in the past, but we have to remember that there isn't enough evidence to know for sure. As an expert lawyer and a good friend of mine, Johnny Cochran, once said, "Any evidence that the Void was involved in the Pale King's death is circumstantial." My name is Johnny Cochran. Just above the White Palace, the bugs in the City of Tears weren't faring much better. Even if we ignore the fact that the infection was still around, there were other issues that helped lead to the city's downfall. Due to the gates being sealed, some bugs resorted to cannibalism in order to avoid starvation. And there's also that metric fuckton of corpses lining the walls of the Soul Sanctum. When all was said and done, the only citizen left standing is Eternal Emelita, who just laughs her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character. The White Lady ends up in a cocoon deep within the Queen's gardens. She decided to place bindings on herself in order to keep her from spreading her seed. She claims that this is because of the shame she feels in helping the Pale King create the vessels, but honestly, it's probably just her kink. The White Lady also diminished her power, possibly as a way to keep herself hidden from unwanted visitors. Outside her cocoon, Dryia stood guard, protecting her queen from the violent traitor mantises. Dryia is eventually killed off by these bugs, which is actually pretty pathetic if you think about it. I mean, we're talking like the Netgear WPN824N N150 wireless router pathetic.
I don't
Speaking
understand
of great
that.
knights dying pathetically, let's move on to Hagemul. Hagemul held the city crest, a key used to open one of the gates to the City of Tears. At some point, Hagemul's armor shell was stolen by a maggot. Now, maggots were generally looked down upon and forced to do menial labor. They were incredibly weak, and basically deserved all of the discrimination they got. But this one maggot decided to turn the tide, so he stole Hagemul's shell so that he could defend his downtrodden brothers. His actions weren't motivated by the infection, but instead was the result of how hierarchical caste systems will always lead to revolution from the working class, and that true freedom can only be achieved blah blah blah, capitalism is bad, subscribe to my Patreon. Ogrim moved to the Royal Waterways and started living in shit, changing his name to Dung Defender. Now I love wallowing in shit as much as the next guy, but you'd have to really love shit to put up with living with the flukes. The Dung Defender kept an unwavering sense of duty and loyalty to the king, and love for his fellow knights, so much so that he made shit statues of them. How nice. Ogrim acted as the defender of the pipeways, as well as Isma's Grove. A section of the Royal Waterways became filled with acid, and in the middle of it all rests Isma's corpse, which has been overcome by plant life. Isma is likely the one responsible for this acid blight, but we have no idea what happened to her. Hornet's whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious. We know that she departed Deep Nest and didn't return until the events of the game. At some point, she took to guarding Halnest from intruding warriors, as well as the cast-off shell in the Kingdom's Edge. Despite the Kingdom's woes at large, fortunately this fate did not befall one of the fandom's favorite characters. The Menderbugs continued to fix the broken signs and wayposts of Halnest. From a diary entry, we can see that one Menderbug in particular had found himself on the precipice of a long and loving relationship.
Hello again, diary. Not long now until the next Minder Bash. For us stealthy types, we're a riotous bunch when we get together, and Minderberry kept flashing me that smile. It might be time to muster my courage and act on it. I love my home and my life, but sharing it with another? Why, that'd be the berry on top.
Rejected by your parents?
15-second
Then
ads
something
suck.
incredible happens.
The skip ad button.
Go fight for your family. Go fight for the world.
Yes,
Shazam,
go fight
Fury
for
of the
the
Gods,
skip
ready to
ad
continue.
button, please.
Biore blemish patches.
No.
Absorb pus and oil.
No.
Green Path also underwent some changes during this.
See, I get a lot of people who say get ad block, but like, except for Build a Source channel. Yeah, but I like to support other people, other people's channel and stuff. So I don't use ad blockers at all.
Time. The Mosskin were waiting for Un's call, which would bring them back into the dream they were originally born from. But for some reason, Un's strength deteriorated. We don't know why this happened exactly. Was it due to the White Lady claiming part of her kingdom? Was it somehow due to the infection? Some Mosskin believe that Un went into hiding, but it appears as though Un is, in fact, calling to her children. But many of the Mosskin are unable to hear her call. Instead, many Mosskin seem to have taken the Radiance's infection into their leaves, which might explain why Green Path became overgrown with vegetation despite Un's deteriorating powers. Mossy vagabonds even openly chose to forsake Un and worship the Radiance. Another tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive, which fell to the infection after the death of their leader, Hive Queen Vespa. but it appears as though this had little effect on their civilization. The Radiance's hive mind was already familiar to the bees, since the hive probably operated under something similar already. So in other words, the hive probably made out the best in this whole situation. Let's turn our attention back to the moths. After all, it's their god that keeps killing everybody. Well, the moth tribe didn't fare too well actually, as pretty much the entire tribe died out. The only known survivor is the seer. Despite the loss of her tribe, the seer continued to tend to the graves in the resting grounds, while also waiting the arrival of the wielder, a mysterious being that her tribe has dreamt of for a while. In the Kingdom's Edge, the land became covered in ash molting off of the worm's decomposing corpse. The Colosseum of Fools continued to thrive. The Lord Fool passed away at some point, but nobody really seems to notice or even care. The fools inside the Colosseum were infected, but still seem to have maintained control over themselves. It seems possible that these bugs took in the infection willingly, similar to the Traitor Lord and his followers. This would have given them an edge in combat, similar to using steroids, but without the whole shrinking testicles thing. However, even the Traitor Lord and his followers went mad, so what makes these fools any more special? As for the Pale King's champion, the Pale Lurker, well, she just went the normal kind of insane. There appears to have been another unforeseen event with the Pale King's plan. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen, the door to the Abyss was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels within. But apparently, some vessels didn't get the memo. Vessel corpses can be found littered throughout the kingdom. There's one in the Ancient Basin, one in Greenpath. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen, the door to the Abyss was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels within. But apparently, some vessels didn't get the memo. Vessel corpses can be found littered throughout the kingdom. There's one in the Ancient Basin, one in Greenpath, and several trapped in Nosk's lair in Deep Nest. Another vessel that escaped from the Abyss is the player character, the Knight. The exact details on how the vessels escaped the Abyss is unclear. There are indications that they might have slipped into Deep Nest through some old passageway, given void influences in part of the area, and all the corpses found in Nosk's lair. At some point, all entrances to Hallownest were closed off, with the old well and Earthmouth being the only way to sneak back in. Despite this, several people have wormed their way into the kingdom, with few ever returning. Characters like Relic Seeker Lem seemed content to just pillage artifacts from the ruined kingdom, but other bugs seemed interested in something greater. In the Howling Cliffs rests the corpse of a member of the Grim Troop. The task of this bug appears to have been to seek out Hallownest, so that the troop might be summoned to the kingdom in the future. The Grim Troop are basically a group of bugs that serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart. The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen kingdoms. This process also involves sacrificing the troop master to his own child because, hey, look at this cool ass boss battle. Another important group that traveled to Hallownest are the God Seekers. After being abandoned by their old gods, the gods of thunder and the gods of rain, these bugs left their home in the land of storms, seeking out a new god to worship. The God Seekers looked to gods to save them from their own silent mind. While traveling through the wastelands, the God Seekers constructed devices called God Tuners, which helped them seek out new gods. Through this device, they were able to detect the lingering power of the Pale King and find their way to Hallownest. When they arrived, however, the God Seeker was forced into hibernation. She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon, which was itself chained up with a lock. It's not clear how this forced hibernation worked, seeing as the cocoon appears to have been made by the God Seeker herself. As for who put the cocoon in chains, I think the most likely candidate is the Dung Defender, considering how the God Seeker's cocoon is found in the junk pit in the waterways, an area the Dung Defender has tasked himself with protecting. This was the general picture of Hallownest after the Hollow Knight was sealed inside the Temple of the Black Egg. The kingdom was stuck in a kind of stasis, with the Pale King civilization destroyed and the Radiance unable to break free from her chains. The Pale King was rebelling against nature, trying to keep his work standing indefinitely. The stasis over Hallownest held for an age. How long is that exactly? Well, we have no idea. As I'm sure you've noticed, there really isn't a timeline for anything that happens in this game. We also have no idea how long any of these bugs can actually live. Elderbug wasn't around to see the Stagways open, but we know several other characters were, implying that Elderbug is probably one of the youngest characters in the whole game. But this stasis over Hallownest wasn't going to last forever. At some point, the Radiance erupted out of the Hollow Knight, cracking its shell and releasing a loud and powerful roar. The amount of infection leaking out of the Hollow Knight became even greater. The many corpses that lined the roads and cities of the kingdom sprang to life with the amplified power of the infection. This strengthened infection prompted the departure of the Weavers back to their old home. Now this old home might actually be Farloom, the kingdom in which Hollow Knight Silksong takes place. But the amount of knowledge we have about Silksong right now is pathetic, so I'm not saying that's confirmed or anything. This is also around the time that Quirrell arrives back in Hallownest. His memory of Motomon appears to have been clouded due to his time outside of Hallownest. These events are depicted in the Quirrell prequel comic, which also shows an image of the Hollow Knight with a pre-cracked shell. This could mean that Quirrell's arrival happens roughly the same time the Hollow Knight's shell cracks. At around the same time Quirrell arrives in Hallownest, we also see the arrival of the player character, who is commonly referred to as the Knight. The Knight was one of the lucky vessels that was able to make its way out of the Abyss. Somehow the Knight ended up venturing beyond Hallownest and into the wilds beyond. It's implied that the Knight was called to Hallownest by either the sealed Hollow Knight or the Radiance within. Regardless, once the Knight shows up and yeets itself off this cliff, the actual game of Hollow Knight finally begins. Now, there's a lot of details we could get into. Hallownest is full of NPCs and bosses, each with their own stories to tell. But to be honest, I don't think we need to go through all of them, since their stories are relatively straightforward. For example, let's look at the Brooding Moloch. So why is the Brooding Moloch brooding? Because all its friends are dead. And there you go, that's the lore for the Brooding Moloch. Also, it's the only character in the game with a visible asshole. Now, did you really need me to explain that to you? Probably not. So instead, I'm just going to talk about the interactions relating to Hollow Knight's main story. The Knight is eventually noticed by Hornet, who lures it deep into Greenpath. There, Hornet attempts to kill the Knight, claiming that she knows what it would try to do. At this point, Hornet views the Knight as being too weak. After the fight, Hornet can be found in the City of Tears, next to the statue of the Hollow Knight. Hornet mentions that the Knight has gained a resilience, due to the time it spent in the void beyond Hallownest. This could be referring to the fact that some of those who leave Hallownest lose their memories, meaning the Knight would have no memories of its own tragic conception. Hornet tells the Knight that if it seeks to continue the stasis that keeps Hallownest standing, it must seek the Graven Ash, which is referring to the Kingdom's Edge. At this moment, Hornet sees the Knight as a possible replacement for the Hollow Knight. Basically, the Knight could break the seals that keep the Hollow Knight locked away, defeat the Hollow Knight, and contain the infection itself. It's at this point that I should mention that Hollow Knight actually has 5 different endings, because of course it would. I'm going to be explaining each of these endings in this video.
Hey, yo, I only got like 3 endings. You know, I don't care. I have 100% in the game. I technically have 101%. I'm not going for the rest of the endings on the live stream.
As they each give us a different glimpse into the mechanics of Hollow Knight's
yeah, I did.
world. Now, to get the easiest ending to Hollow Knight, Hornet's in.
Thank you, but I want to show you this. It wasn't without me going insane. Hold on, let me go to my Twitch real quick. There is one part. Literally, I kid you not, I spent 2 hours, Buildosaurus, 2 hours looking for this one spot to where I need to go. Oh, okay, I guess an hour and 28 minutes. But in the before stream, I was looking for an extra hour. So I say 2 hours. And I searched the entire land. And then I come across it at the end of this part of the live stream. And you will see what happened. What happened to my face. I was not okay. Hold on. Yeah, I remember when you put salt on bread. I'm going to talk about it. Why did I come to you? I'm going to sniff. I sniffed every block. I was trying to find out where I was supposed to go. What the heck? I glitched the game. What are you? I'm sniffing for secrets. You don't understand, Zero. I checked everywhere. And I don't know what to do. I refuse to look at Milwaukee. I will touch every last surface, everything, until I... What? And then that just randomly opened up, and this broke me. This broke me. for 2 hours. I've been searching for hours. I've searched every nook and cranny, and it was in this spot the entire time. I flew over it. It was just there, with no context clues whatsoever. The birthplace was here all along. Then the live stream ended. Wow, I didn't expect the live stream to end like that. That's a screenshot. Oh man, yeah, I was broken, Buildosaurus. Oh man, I don't even want to talk about it. I felt like a broken man. Oh.
Instructions to go to the Kingdom's Edge can be ignored completely. If the knight stumbles upon the resting grounds, the three dreamers will appear and cast the knight into the dream realm. There, Seer will come to the knight's rescue and grant it the Dream Nail, a special blade that can tear the veil between the real world and the dream world. With the Dream Nail, the knight can venture to the resting places of the three dreamers, curb stomp their asses, and unlock the entrance to the Black Egg. Inside the egg, the knight finds the Hollow Knight chained up, silently watching over it. Once the chains are broken, the Hollow Knight screams with that familiar Radiance roar and pursues the knight. As the fight progresses, the Hollow Knight starts trying to kill itself, Quirrell style. But then the Radiance starts using the Hollow Knight's body to perform her own attacks. Once defeated, the Hollow Knight begins to spew infection all over the place. The knight can then focus the infection into itself. This results in the first ending of the game, called Hollow Knight. In this ending, the knight usurps the Hollow Knight, prolonging the stasis over Hallownest. New chains and bindings appear out of fuck if I know, and contain the knight, and a new seal is placed over the entrance to the Black Egg. Now there is one giant question looming over this ending. Can the knight actually contain the infection indefinitely, or will the Radiance still manage to break free one day?
Do you
want to launch your own Minecraft server for you and your friends? At Shopify.com for as little as $2.50 a month, you can order today and be up and running with a new multiplayer server in no time. Install plugins and mods, upload custom worlds, get support from our live chat team, and much more through our server control panel. We also offer dedicated IP addresses and locations around the world to make sure your players have the best connections. Find out more and order your Minecraft server today at Shopify.com. Ad.
Before we answer this question, let's look at some of the other events that can transpire while playing the game. If the player chooses to go to Kingdom's Edge, Hornet will challenge the knight one last time as a final test of strength. After her defeat, Hornet allows the knight to access the cast-off shell, where the Pale King was originally hatched.
Yes, Buildosaurus,
By interacting with this egg, the knight's shell is marked with the king's brand, technically making the knight the new ruler of Hallownest. With the king's brand, the knight can now open the entrance to the abyss and discover the place of its birth. When leaving the abyss, the knight can encounter Hornet again, where for the first time, Hornet suggests that there are actually two outcomes the knight can enact. She tells the knight that it can either prolong Hallownest stasis, or face the heart of the kingdom's infection. Within the knight, Hornet sees a chance for change. Instead of just replacing the Hollow Knight, Hornet believes that it may be possible to get rid of the infection completely by using the void inside of the knight. After visiting the abyss and obtaining the Shade Cloak, the knight is capable of reaching the White Lady, hidden away in the Queen's Gardens. The White Lady tells the knight that she has been awaiting a vessel to accept a gift, that gift being one half of a charm called the King's Soul, which she claims will give the knight more power. The White Lady goes on to explain that she can feel the weakening of the Hollow Knight within her roots. She tells the knight that it is free of the blemishes that made the Hollow Knight a flawed vessel. From this dialogue, it is implied that the knight truly is a pure vessel, capable of containing the Radiance successfully. But it's not quite that simple, so we're gonna have to dig a bit deeper into this. Basically, we're gonna need to answer a simple question. What exactly does it mean to be a Hollow Knight? Despite the White Lady's words, we have a number of instances where the characters and item descriptions mention that the knight has a will, and maybe even a mind. But from the Pale King's dialogue when describing the Hollow Knight, it is stated that a pure vessel has no mind or will. So is the White Lady wrong? Or maybe even lying? Her eyes have been clouded by time, and she can be tricked into thinking that Ogrim is in the room when the knight is wearing the Defender's Crest charm. She also thinks that Dryia is still alive, which... So maybe the White Lady is just senile. My problem with that theory is that the White Lady states that the vessels stand out to her clearly in a misted world, due to them being her spawn. She also questions whether or not the knight sought her aid, which would imply that the knight must have some kind of will. So for whatever reason, the White Lady thinks the knight is still capable of containing the radiance, even if it's still able to make decisions. After all, the Hollow Knight was considered pure, but they still taught it how to wield a fucking sword. I mean, if the knight were truly and completely hollow in a literal sense, it probably shouldn't even be able to walk, or draw a map, or open a goddamn bank account. In short, this whole concept of being hollow is so abstract and hard to define, I don't really feel comfortable giving a solid answer on whether or not the knight is or isn't truly hollow, and I think the game leaves room open for other interpretations. Of course, the White Lady's gift is useless without the other half of the King's Soul. In order to reach it, however, the knight must travel to the White Palace, locked inside the body of a King's Mold. In order to bypass the seal, the knight must use a fully awakened Dreamnail. It can do this by bringing 1800 essence to the seer, allowing her to sharpen the weapon's blade. If the knight does this, the seer remarks that the knight truly is the wielder that her tribe has been dreaming of. There's no explicit reason why the Moth tribe was dreaming about this supposed wielder so much, but it seems like they believe the wielder would wash away the crimes the Moth tribe committed by turning their backs on the Radiance. The seer seems to know that the knight might kill the Radiance, and she seems accepting of it, ready for her and her tribe to disappear and be forgotten forever. With the awoken Dreamnail in hand, the knight can travel to the Pale King's refuge and locate the other half of the King's Soul charm. When equipped, the King's Soul provides a never-ending supply of soul, making it almost useful if it weren't for the insanely high cost of the charm, and the painfully slow rate at which it increases, and the fact that the charm will get replaced in about 5 minutes after you get it. The King's Soul charm itself symbolizes the union between two higher beings. To me, this implies that the King's Soul is a representation of a vessel, which also was created by the union of two higher beings. With the King's Soul in their inventory, the knight now gains access to an area in the Abyss called the Birthplace.
I'm going back to playing Friday Night Blockton, every single song afterwards. And then after that, I got to play the version 4 of the Imposter song. And then after that, I don't know. I think after that it's just Shape and Beats. I could be wrong. But yeah.
In this massive pile of vessel shells, the knight can find a giant egg. Dreamnailing the egg allows the knight to access its own memory when it was cast down into the abyss. From viewing that memory, the King's Soul charm is replaced with the Void Heart charm. The recollection of this event allows the knight to come to terms with the void inside itself. Once the knight has the Void Heart, the shades in the abyss no longer attack it, and that strange creature that gives the knight the Shade Cloak calls it the Lord of Shades. In other words, the knight has now bound the once fragmented void under its own will, allowing it to control the void in a powerful new way. With the union of the void, the Pale King, and the White Lady, the knight has gained a strength before unseen. It is with this charm that 2 additional endings become unlocked. Hornet will now be standing outside of the Black Egg, offering to help the knight should the opportunity arrive. Midway through the fight with the Hollow Knight, Hornet rushes into battle, subduing the Hollow Knight and piercing its shell. It's at this point that the knight is given the perfect opportunity to enter into the mind of its sibling, fighting the source of the infection head on, and finally putting an end to the Radiance's tyranny. Or it can just stand there and let Hornet get knocked unconscious. If the knight finishes off the Hollow Knight as usual, the sealed sibling ending occurs. Basically, it's the same as the Hollow Knight ending, but now Hornet is in the room too, and her face appears on the door of the Black Egg. It's not clear what exactly this means for Hallownest. This might imply that Hornet is now a dreamer, but she's inside the temple, meaning that no one can actually get in there to kill her should the knight ever start leaking infection. At the same time, Hornet mentions that the bindings of the Black Egg would drain her, so she's probably just going to die anyway, right? Generally, people consider this to be one of the worst endings, but it's worth pointing out that Team Cherry doesn't support any one ending as being the true ending. Each ending is canonical in its own right, and honestly, this ending isn't the worst. At least the Knight and Hornet will get to spend some quality time together. If the Knight does dream nail the Hollow Knight, it will be taken to an arena where it can finally fight the Radiance head on. But the Knight isn't alone, as the other shades from the Abyss will appear in order to help corner the Radiance. Eventually the Radiance gets trapped in the tendrils of the Void. The Knight bitch slaps her a couple times, and then the Radiance is consumed into the darkness. The Black Egg then appears to turn to shadows and the Void seeps down into the ground. Hornet awakens to find the Knight's broken shell lying on the floor. We get one final shot of the Shades in the Abyss going to rest, and the game is over. This ending is called the Dream No More ending. The Radiance is gone, and Hallownest is finally free from her infection. Now I think it's fair to ask a few questions about how the Dream No More ending comes about. When the Hollow Knight was initially chosen to become the pure vessel, the Abyss was sealed up and the rest of the vessels were left to rot away. But somehow, vessels ended up outside of the Abyss, and then one of those vessels was used to replace the Hollow Knight. Exactly how much of this operation was planned, if at all? The White Lady was waiting for a vessel. Did she have any communication with Hornet? Hornet was guarding the Kingsbrand, the only way for a vessel to enter the Abyss. How did she know it was necessary to guard the Kingsbrand from weaker vessels? Hell, if the vessels did escape the Abyss by themselves, wouldn't it be pointless to guard the Kingsbrand, since the vessels could just creep back into the Abyss the same way? I'm not going to provide any good answers to these questions, because God forbid I answer anything in this entire video. But I do want to point out that no plans to actually produce the Dream No More ending are explicitly stated in-game. So we can only speculate as to whether or not the White Lady or Hornet, or maybe even the Pale King, knew that they could defeat the Radiance by creating a Lord of Shades, like the Knight. Regardless, the next two endings were definitely not planned. In fact, the last two endings that were added in the Godmaster update almost feel out of place. The Godseekers basically hijack everything to the point where you don't even have to enter the Temple of the Black Egg to beat the game.
Huh?
That's like beating Mario Bros without ever seeing
I didn't get
Bowser.
this ending.
But on the other hand, the Godmaster endings basically reinforce that Hallownest does not exist in a vacuum, which can help the world of Hollow Knight feel more real, because what else is reality but just a bunch of random chaotic stuff happening all the time? If the Knight finds the Godseeker in the Junk Pit, it will be able to enter her mind and refight all the bosses in the game. This is part of the Godseeker's ritual. They basically attune to the resonance of gods through ritual combat. This allows them to ascend their minds higher, and eventually, through the use of godly focus, achieve communication with the god sleeping in Hallownest's heart, the Radiance. Now I know what you're thinking. That's a pretty convoluted little religious practice they have going on here. What's next? Are they going to start measuring the Knight's Theon levels? It's pretty complicated, but the point is, these Godseekers have some serious capabilities to fuck things up in Hallownest, as we're about to see. As the Knight makes it further and further through the four Pantheons, the Godseekers get closer and closer to making contact with the Radiance, locked away inside the Hollow Knight. At the end of the fourth Pantheon, the Radiance makes herself aware in this strange reunion cutscene between the vessels. But she isn't the only one to make an appearance. The Void itself appears to go on the attack, rising up to meet the Radiance's call. It's at this point that the final challenge, the Pantheon of Hallownest, becomes available. The Godseeker finally acknowledges the Knight as being more than just a simple cringer, and they begin to watch the Knight more intently. After defeating like a bazillion bosses in the final Pantheon, the Knight finally comes face to face with the Absolute Radiance, a stronger, more enhanced version of the game's final boss. Finally, the stage is set. After roughly 40 minutes of intense agony and tedious boss battles, the Knight has finally reached the ultimate enemy responsible for the destruction of Hallownest. Truly, this will be a battle for the ages. But first, let's check in on our old pal Menderbug. As it turns out, he's still alive when the Knight arrives in Hallownest, and he's still fulfilling his duty after all this time. Let's take one last look at his diary.
My lovely diary. Someone's gone and broke my favorite sign, right there at the top of the crossroads. Keeps happening too. But you know, I just can't get mad about it. I should be thanking them, really. More chances to fix that beautiful, complex sign. And I've stocked up on spare parts, so I've no fear it'll ever stay broken for long.
Unfortunately, the only way to ever read the Menderbug's diary is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why Team Cherry thought this was necessary, but the general consensus on Reddit is that they are bloodthirsty warmongers, so it checks out. But at least Menderbug's last moments will be spent fixing one of his favorite signs in the Forgotten Crossroads. It's comforting to think that his final seconds of consciousness were spent in total bliss, before we sent him hurtling into the infinite chasm that is Oblivion. Well anyways, the alternate fight between the Knight and the Radiants plays out differently than in the vanilla ending. This time around, the Knight is not accompanied by any shades. Instead, after defeating the Radiants, the Knight seems to transform into this monstrosity. Now this creature goes by many names. The God of Gods, the Lord Shade, the Devourer, the Void Entity, but I don't really like any of those, so I will just call him Bill. Bill proceeds to completely annihilate the Radiants in spectacular fashion. We are then treated to the Embrace the Void ending. Bill comes back down from the sky, dropping into the rest of Godhome. The Godseeker starts to get pulled into Bill by Void tendrils. We then cut to the Godseeker in the junk pit. Void starts leaking out of her eyes, and it appears as though Bill is making an escape back into the real world, which is probably a bad thing? Finally, we see Hornet standing outside of the Black Egg as the infection begins to disappear from nearby vines. Hornet hears footsteps coming from inside the Black Egg as the Hollow Knight reveals itself to her and the two prepare for combat. So from this cutscene we can see that the Radiance's death in Godhome actually did kill her for real, meaning that the infection over Hallownest is now gone. This means the seals inside of the Black Egg probably wore off, allowing the Hollow Knight to escape its prison. In other words, the Embrace the Void ending is a goddamn cliffhanger, and we have no idea how Team Cherry plans to follow this up. The Hollow Knight is running loose in Hallownest, and the Knight has transformed into a raging void monster that might try to destroy the entire kingdom, or at least what's left of it. What's even more strange about this ending is that the announced sequel, Hollow Knight Silksong, doesn't seem to be related to this ending at all, but that's a whole different shit show. Obviously, the biggest mystery surrounding this ending is the appearance of Bill. Did this creature exist in the void already, or was it somehow willed into existence by the power of the Godseekers? Did the Knight turn into this thing, or did it just become a part of it? Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the Knight grant the player a Hunter's Journal entry for an ancient artifact called the Void Idol, which might imply this creature might have been worshipped by the ancient civilization. But again, that's pure speculation. We don't know what this worship of Void exactly looked like. Maybe the Void they worshipped took the form of something more sinister. There is one thing we know about this monster though. It's weak to flowers. Yes, these things. As it turns out, those delicate flowers that Zamir has stockpiled up her ass are actually useful for something. They contain a strange power that even deters the White Lady from touching one. The Godseeker, however, is dumb enough to accept a flower from the Knight. If the player does this, instead of Void being released out into the world, this flower pulls a no you, and the Godseeker and Void disappear into thin air. The flower itself is described as giving off a pale light, which appears to connect it to the pale beings. Like I said before, pale beings appear to be some form of top tier gods. As of right now, we are only aware of two, the Pale King and the White Lady, but the fact that Zamir brought these pale flowers from a faraway land implies that there are definitely more of them out there. Another small hint of the existence of pale beings are the pale ore items that can be found all over Hallownest. Did these come from the Pale King, or possibly some other pale being? And what exactly are they? Are they poop? In general, the Godmaster endings appear to be doing a lot of setup for future Hollow Knight content. Like I said before, Hollow Knight Silksong doesn't seem to connect to these events on the surface, so we are in a bit of a bind when trying to discuss what these endings actually mean for the greater narrative Team Cherry is building. There's definitely a lot more to consider about what the pale beings are and what properties they possess, and we also have plenty of questions surrounding the Void and how bugs have interacted with it in the past. It almost feels like we are looking through a keyhole, trying to grasp onto the totality of Team Cherry's creation. How powerful are creatures like Bill and the worms? Where did things like the Void even come from to begin with? How much bigger is the world beyond Hallownest? Is Bardoon into butt stuff? But of course, that's the appeal of a game like Hollow Knight. Having all of the answers to every question would just ruin the mystery of the world. Plus, if we didn't have questions like this to waste our time on, then what else would we be doing with our lives? Go outside? Ugh. And so this video comes to an end. Now I know the average attention span of a YouTube viewer is 9 minutes, so let me leave you with a few takeaways. 1. Hollow Knight is a game about bugs. I know this may come as a shock, but it's true. Watch the video again, and this time, pay attention. You'll notice right away, I promise. 2. Murdering your own babies might not be such a good idea after all. I mean, this is obviously just my interpretation of the game's lore. Other people might have different views on the subject of murdering babies, and every opinion is valid, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes or anything. 3. Menderbug is fucking dead. 4. Nothing is certain. This video probably has a few flaws in it. Trying to construct a cohesive narrative with the information found in Hollow Knight isn't exactly straightforward. I'm sure my views will change in the future, and I encourage you to explore the lore yourself. 5. And this last point is fairly obvious, but I should mention it anyway. Cory in the House is the best anime.
Huh? Is that copyrighted? Wow. Okay, that's a thumbs up for me. Slightly yawning. Well, you guys, yes, thank you for the final mop. Oh, man. Well, guys, that has been, the numbers are Minecraft chords that I didn't mean to send. Oh, Votosaurus, looks like I'll be raiding your house. I mean, thank you, everyone. That has been the Hollow Knight series. And finally, please don't raid my single player. I don't know, Votosaurus, it's looking pretty tempting. But yes, guys, that has been Hollow Knight. I will upload all of the VODs on my YouTube channel when I get the chance. It's 8 a.m. in the morning. I have work in 6 hours. I need to get some type of sleep. I'm going to be taking a week off of streaming before I go back to like doing F&B and stuff. I need to like recollect myself after playing this game non-stop. And yeah, guys, I also want to say thank you guys so much. We now have 1,200 followers. That's absolutely crazy. Absolutely. Now, yes, thank you, Votosaurus. Thank you, of course. Yeah, guys, I just want to say thank you. And I'll see you guys in the next live stream. And I hope you guys stay safe. This has been Breadman, Jukebox, and I'm signing off. Good night, everyone. Or good morning. Oh wait, how do I say goodbye in Dutch? Dag, I think, or Tatsins. Yeah, Tatsins, everyone. Or Welter Rusten, I think. Welter Rusten means good night. Yeah, let's go, Dutch.